Excuse me? I'll muzzle your gayo. Nope. Muzzle your gayo. I don't think I should be allowed to stream 3 days in a row anymore. This has solidified it. This is... How's everybody doing today? Wow, I am clearly unwell. What did I say yesterday? I said Gozy Cames. This is happening more and more. Happy Wednesday, everybody. I'm not normally live today, but we're live this afternoon with Shella. We will be joining her in about an hour from now. And I figured it would be nice for us to warm up for the first hour because God knows I'm gonna need it. How did that happen? How? How's everybody doing? Plop some highs in the chat. I haven't even been able to say hi to everybody. SMG, hello. Hi, Kat. Hi, Schnupp. Hi, Jen. Hi, Doc. Hi, Golden. Hi, Chaos Zombie. Hello. Hi, Schnupp. Did I say Schnupp already? I'm saying it again. Hi, Cozy Dino Emily. Because they're the only day you can watch live. Well, I'm happy that you're here. Normally, I have therapy on Wednesdays, which is why they're my day off. But it's every other Wednesday right now. Hi, Positively Enjoy. Hi, Willie. Hi, Alyssa. I also said proud porn instead of proud. You're right. You know what? Are you keeping track of this, Alyssa? Hi, Silver. Hi, Games. Hi, Robert. Hi, Half Size. Hi, Almighty. Hello. Hi, Paris. Oh, no. You know what helps me? Oh, my God. I don't think I'm getting sick, but I think I've just started to have some spring allergies a little bit. I took a shower last night, and I kid you not, I was blowing my nose for like an hour. The steam just opened me up. It was wild. Wednesdays are for therapy, baby. Silver, I hope it goes good for you. You've literally only rolled once. Who got a 1? Half Size, you got a 1. Oh my God, this is terrible news. Who got our nat 20 today? Wait. Why is this not working? Okay, there we go. Stay in bed, please. Hi, Plants. Hi, Tiza. Hi, Gem. Hello. Please, no more. Chibi Pepper, hi. Almighty, it was you. Okay. Mondays are therapy for you? How do you feel? Do you feel like better as the week goes on with having it on a Monday? Or are you like things can only go up from here? But what is happening? Stop it right now. This is supposed to be Feral Wednesday. I mean, this is not a thing, so I guess we should all roll ones today. What is my roll today? Fair. Very, very fair. You've only had 3 sessions so far? Okay. Hi, Yuki! Oh my God, I hope it goes well. No, it's not but it's on the lower end. On the lower end. Hi, Chaos Bomb, hello. Back to bed, everybody. Let's do a nice snuggle puddle. Hi, Anna, hello. Chaotic, hello. 5th time you tried to roll and you got a 5. There it is. You also got a 3 today. Solidarity, my friend. Oh my gosh. I woke up this morning and my skin was so dry, so I said, I'm not going to put on any makeup today. And I've literally, like, every hour this morning have been sloshing gel on her. But I'm like, I'm breaking out so badly right now. I don't know why. I've been hydrating. This is my 3rd water of the day. This is also my 2nd coffee of the day, but we're not gonna acknowledge that. You're feral every day. What about for Feral Friday? Do you get like extra feral? Oh, backstory reveals. Okay. The lore. All the tattoos you got over the wintertime. Oh, beautiful. Your highest roll yet? What did you get? Oh, an 18. Nice. What's up, Chappelle? How's it going? Hi, Lucy. Who is she? I don't know. I still can't believe it. I was like, listen, we've got so much going on this week. I have to commit to doing 4 days in a row because when we've done this in the past, I've never completed it. something has always come up to stop me by the third or fourth day. I'm so proud of myself right now. I really am. I set out a goal this week, and we've been killing it. And also the 6-hour streams, hello? I was so bummed yesterday because I was like, man, I really wanted to do an 8-hour stream for the Palea drops. And I said, bitch, we're not going above and beyond. You wanted to do 6 hours, you did 6 hours. My chronically ill ass doing 6 hours? Hello? She did so good. Oh, I'm so glad, half size. Yeah, and just to let everybody know, we should be in good spirits today. Shella and I hung out on Friday. What we did for our workaround and what we're doing in the future is before every magical whatever day, I think next week it actually goes back to Mondays. Before every time we end up playing Stardew together, Shella sends me her zipped mod folder. So I have everything and I have everything that she has installed in her game. The same version, it's in the same folders. So that's what we're gonna do every single week going forward. We did it today, and it's great. Are the mods updated? Everything is good to go. Yep. We didn't have any purple today, and obviously no red. I tested it out 30 minutes ago. And listen, because I'm using Shella's mods, some of them are our mods that we use for the solo stream. Some of them aren't. The majority aren't. So I made a new command in the chat if anybody's like, oh, Violet, what mod are you using? I don't know. So this will link you to Shella's mods right there in the chat, okay? So exclamation point Shella's mods. I have it on my my stream deck if anybody needs it. But for magical whatever days when we play with Shella, if you're like, Violet, what mod are you using? I don't know. Please refer to Shella's document. You're a mod. Yeah, I'm using whatever Shella says, so good luck to us all. I can tell you, obviously we're using Stardew Valley Expanded. We're not using any recolors, so the game is going to look vanilla. It's going to have all those, like, bright yellows in it that we don't normally have on our solo farm. And I know we have quite a number of things for fashion sense, so I'm going to be making my character look really cute today once we enter in. Hi, Louise. Hello. How are we doing? Oh, by the way, who's our snacrifice today? I missed it. Elle, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. We trust Shella not to sneak in something chaotic. I thought she was earlier today. So the last time she sent it through Discord, she's like, oh, I don't know why I can't send it through Discord today. Can I email it to you? And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, man, she said that she like downloaded a few new mods, but I'm like, this is taking a while. So I go into the unzipped folder and I see that she has a zip within a zip. So she put the old zip folder within her mods folder that she sent me the last time. So I told her, I was like, hey, take this out of your game. She's like, oh my God, it's modception. I was like, I thought that you added a whole other like game to our game. It took me like 7 minutes. So yeah, we got all that situated now. The tough part about it right now, SMG, is that the recolors have been updated for 1.6, but not for Stardew Valley Expanded because it adds so many more tiles. It would work, but there would be missing tiles that would be flat up yellow, and it would look odd. So that sucks. So if any of y'all know of one, or you want to keep an eye out for both of us, that would be great. Hi, Vale! We're doing good. How are you? You're disqualified. It looks like Paris. Paris, how do you feel about ranch dressing on your ankle? Hi, Darzog! Hi, Simmer! So speaking of chaos, I do have some housekeeping since we are on the topic. Because Shella didn't add anything wild to the game today, but maybe I did. I have a new wheel for today and tomorrow for Stardew Valley for our daily goals. So 1,000 bits and or 20 subs, including resubs, including prime subs, including gifted subs. will get the option of destroying a crop, flirting with Clint, selling a museum item, gifting trash to Shella, changing my outfit, changing my hair, cannot eat and regain energy for 1 in-game Stardew day, and also, I can only drink mayo for my energy for 1 in-game Stardew day. It's like crowd control all over again. So you've got that to look forward to today, but as I mentioned, it is not Feral Wednesday. That is something that y'all made up, and I don't abide by people making up things in this community. So joke's on you! I also really want to gift trash to Shella. Also, she's gonna be pissed at me if I destroy a crop. I was like, should I put that on here or not? And like, I clearly have to do it when she's in front of me, unless I just like Among Us it and say, oh no, it was a crow. Like a crow came over. But I also want to do it really oddly, like put it in the middle somewhere, you know? Crafty hi! If we get the mayo, I'm leaving! Flirting with whomst? Clint. The blacksmith. It's canon now. You might have known him as Clint, but Shella has now dubbed him Clint, and that's what we're going to call him. Lucy, I know! So she's writing it. Did we know that another Akatar was coming from the series, or we had presumed? So if y'all don't know, and you're Akatar fans, Sarah J. Maas did like an update on her Twitter or something saying like, I'm starting to write Akko what? So, Easily, thanks for the 100 biddies! Stop it. So how many? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this will be the 6th one? 6 Insta. Okay. A Clunt. What? I know! If y'all missed it in the Discord, I did a poll last night, and I wanted to see if y'all wanted to do Lethal Company with Jamie for tomorrow, or Content Warning, which is this new game that's a mashup between Phasmophobia and Lethal Warning. And y'all picked Lethal Warning, so we are playing that with Jamie tomorrow, which I'm really excited about. So we'll start off stream with Stardew Valley, and then the last, like, hour or two, we'll play with Jamie. Clunt! Drafting a new book, okay. Thanks for the follows, by the way. Welcome on in. You could pay Robin to make more. Like, more greenhouses? Yeah. Chaos, for sure. And there's definitely a learning curve to it, because I mentioned this prior that, like, I had a really hard time with playing Stardew before. I didn't like it the first time I played it. And I think it's because it doesn't do enough hand-holding that sometimes I need in games, but once you figure out what you need to do and the things that you can do, once I learned that over the course of playing it multiple times, I'm like, oh my god, this is amazing. It's my favorite game. So. A Court of Clunt would not read. Sounds stalkery. It's true. Content Warning? Yeah, that's the name of the game. Do I have a link for y'all in chat? I'll post one, because I sent the link in Discord. If you want to check it out, it is on Steam, and you could at least watch the trailer to get a sense of it. But it's very much really fun. So you play with friends, and you have to get weird phenomenon on camera to put on YouTube to go viral. So this weird phenomenon can be like scary, silly, funny. It's dubbed as like a horror game, but it's more wacky horror than straight up scary, if that makes sense. So, yeah, it seems like it'll be really fun. Oh, did I say Lethal Warning? You know, it's been a day so far. Another housekeeping item while we're on the topic of a wild day. I had a panic attack this morning going to the post office at 8:30 a.m. and I couldn't buy stamps. So, all of the April packages as of today have been filled out and stuffed. I just need to stamp them and send them out. So Kip, being my Liege in Shining Armor said, don't worry, baby. I will go for you on Saturday and pick up some stamps for you. So that stuff from the beginning of the week, April 1st and April 2nd, and obviously today and tomorrow will be all getting sent out on Saturday, okay? I'll put a Discord ping out when I do physically mail them so y'all know, and then I'll follow up on Twitch about it on Monday as well, just so you can be on the lookout, okay? Hi, Moonwitch, I love you! You've watched a couple of streams, it's a goofy, funny time. It seems like it. More coffee? I feel... This is my second coffee today. The weather combined with OnFlow is sending you. Oh my god, that was me last week. Do y'all mind? Darzak, thanks for the 100 biddies. Is Kip my stamp tramp? Yes. Yes, they are. Where is this power? Where is this energy when we do the don't laugh sections of the spin wheel? Can somebody clip that for me? Golden, can you clip that for me so I can send that to Kip later? Amazing. Amazing. Hi, Lauren! How are you doing, bestie? When is International Kip Day? I mean, technically, it could be when we hit 300 PP points. Because we are going to be doing Lethal Company with Kip. I will say this with an asterisk. We will do some sort of fun co-stream with Kip. It doesn't have to be Lethal Company. Like, there might be a hot new co-stream game by the time that we, like, get that stream done. But there is also a marriage Q&A and also a Kindle giveaway from me. So that could be Kip's day. The International Day of Kip. We will bother Kip in some fashion. Exactly. Thanks, Golden. It's too much pressure when it's on the wheel. Hi, Martin. I haven't checked our PP yet today. I don't know how enlarged it is. Sounds funny. Every single time I say that, it still cracks me up. I think we were at 50 or 60 something yesterday. We are at 81 today. 82 today! Sambo, thank you so much for the brand new tier 1 sub. Welcome on in. What timing? Thank you so much for enlarging our PP in our final month of our plus push to get 70-30 split from Twitch. I really heckin' appreciate it. Make sure you fill out the form in chat. I've got a lovely sticker to send you in the mail if you feel comfortable. Thank you so much. Oh my god! Sambo, thank you! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Please, no going wild today. It's not Feral Wednesday. Sambo, I hope you enjoy your fishing. Jeffrey Bezos, what are you doing down there in the bottom of the pond? Thank you so much. Hi, Lizzie. I know. We were freaking out about it in Discord. Yeah. Oh my god. I have so many books to read right now. I think I'm honestly going to read the book club book, like, starting this weekend. You got a creeper. That's where he lives. Throw him back. What about the creeper? Can the creeper stay? Hi, Tiff. Same here, sweetheart. Oh my god. Solidarity. Oh my god, Sample. Well, thank you so much for helping the PP push. That's so stinking kind of you. Mwah. Big kisses, friend. A box of chocolates. I didn't think they'd find his body there. Well, where did you hide it, Darzog? Oh my god, thank you for the hype train. Kamoras, thank you so much for your sub with Prime. Thank you. Make sure you fill out the PP form in chat. I really appreciate that. Tiza, thank you for the 100 biddies. Shakespeare? Hi, Aurora. I'm hanging in today. How are you doing, sweetheart? Y'all, thank you so much. I really appreciate the love. I'll be mad at you. I'll do it. You know I will. Why must you be so nice to me? You fished up me! What was I doing down there? Moonwitch, thanks for the 250 biddies. Moonwitch, what are you gonna fish up? We're 450 biddies away from a wheel spin and potentially gifting Shella trash today. You can't tell her. It has to be a surprise. You got a box of chocolates. Thank you, thank you. How is Shakespeare common? Okay, wait. I basically put all of them to common and rare because y'all were not hitting the legendaries. And I was like, these are too funny to not have them shown. So I moved them down. Mine and Kip's and Jeffrey Bezos, and I think I had 2 other ones, were supposed to be legendary. Nobody was fishing them up. Simmer, that's your partner. Oh! Welcome on in. It's now becoming a family affair. I love it. Why is Violet only worth 1 gold? I don't know. I didn't really set the gold amounts correctly. Do you want me to reset it? Do you want me to put it at 69 gold?
There's a reason
what would you like?
Cozy games.
Lauren! Thanks for the 500 biddies! We did it! We got a wheel spin! Put a 1 in the chat if you're ready and prepared for whatever chaos will come our way with this wheel spin. I swear, if I have to destroy a crop in front of Shella, I'm gonna lose my mind. I feel like I regret putting that on the wheel now. 69, shut up! Oh my god, it's legs. Did you start crying? That's so me. 69, 420 gold in particular. Okay, that's a lot of gold. Maybe I should reset that. 8, 1. What does 8 stand for? All right, let's see where it lands. I'm really scared. Okay, not terrible. Not terrible, but that also sucks. I have to sell a museum item, so it's something that we either have to find in the mines or on the beach, however we get it. And it's got to be a new museum item that we're supposed to be giving to the museum, and instead I have to sell it and not give it to the museum, so that's still gonna hurt, and we're also still not gonna tell Shella. This will be our little secret, okay? Unless she sees it, it's gonna be our little secret. Unless she's like, Violet, why the hell did you sell that? I don't think she'd know. I feel like I wouldn't know if Shella did that to me. No one tells Shells. She can't be a knower. I'm so sorry. 98% for level 2. Let the train get pulled into the station. We've had enough on this Wednesday. Y'all are doing too much, and I really appreciate you. I mean, listen, what if I had to give her trash and I didn't even have trash on me? What would I have given her? What's something that Shella hates? We would have had to do some recon and find out, like, a food that she hated. Lauren, thanks for the 50 biddies! Shella, if you're lurking, hide your earballs. All I saw is hide your balls. Hide your balls. Easily, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Luna. Luna, enjoy. Lobsters, you're right. But I would need a crab pot for that. There I am again. Easily, you fished me up. You want me to change that to 69 420 gold? Is that a thing that I could do? Do you want to try that out right now? Here. Let me see if I can do it. Settings. Edit custom catches. Where am I? Oh, it's anything that's 1,000 becomes a legendary. I put myself at 69 gold. So you can't complain. You can't complain now. Yay, crabs! Wait a minute! Jamie? Do you have something? Does my wife have something that they wish to tell the chat? I feel like it's only professional before we play. I almost said lethal warning again. Before we play content warning tomorrow, do you have something that you wish to tell the chat? Broken glasses could be seen as an insult to injury. Unless I find just the glass shards on the beach and I'm like, here, have this. I hope you cut yourself on it. I hope you stub your toe on the glass. I don't have crabs, I have lobsters. So does Shella! Wait, is that why I'm friends with both of you? It's really hard being me, okay? But I think this is where we have the connection, okay? I have my wife, who's in chat, and I have my roommate, who we will be farming with later. I hope Jambo has recovered from last night's feral fun. Have you recovered? I talked with Jamie this morning. Oh, how was this morning? Wink nudge. Did it go well? Why yellow? You'll take it as a win? Hell yeah. We love healing in this house. Kip was confused because they were like, hey, I know you're streaming today, but don't you have therapy? And I was like, no, I have that every other Wednesday right now. And I don't have it this week because I had it last week right after PAX, which was really good for me to have scheduled that as I attempted to navigate PAX for the first time.
I like cozy things.
Everybody shut up, Shella's here! You say nothing! Simmer, thank you so much for 500 biddies! Thank you, I appreciate that! Thanks so much! I cannot wait to guzzle you later! What? Somebody take a screenshot right now. Somebody take a screenshot right now! Oh my god, my wife and my roommate are both in this chat right now. Shella, I know you haven't, you've met Jamie, but I feel like you haven't officially met Jamie. Meet Shella. Shella, meet Jamie. Roommate, meet wife. Wife, meet roommate. Friendship. I can't wait to guzzle you later. Point of view, streamer gets guzzled. More on the news at 11. They were roommates. Hi, Jamie. I'm so sorry. That's right. I remember. Yeah. The raid. Hi, Shella. I hope you enjoy guzzling Violet. I can't wait for the Dexerto article. Perfect. Shella's like, well, you know what? We had a good start to today. I want everybody to know. Kat, what did you say to me at the beginning of stream? So, yesterday, when I was greeting Raiders in the chat, or was it Raiders? I said, instead of saying cozy games yesterday, I said gozy games. And then this morning, Kat said something, and I also switched it around again. But what was it? What did you say that I switched around? Y'all, thank you so much again for the hype train. Y'all are amazing. I really appreciate it. You put it in quotable in the Discord. Thank you, Kat! Shella's community came into my channel in time for Bukkake, so honestly, I think we all vibe in the bucket. Proud to be here. Proud to know y'all. Oh, actually, this is some place where y'all will really enjoy each other. Shella, I don't know if I told you this story, but before the 1.6 update, at some point last year, the year before, Jamie was ferociously playing Stardew Valley, and instead of calling Clint, she called him Clit. And now Shella has been calling Clint Clunt. So you have a connection of not actually calling the man by his real name. Good old Clunt. Golden, thank you. I appreciate it. You thought you were gonna say cozy gays. I did say something gay. That's right. Kat came in and said, I will guzzle your mayo. And I was like, well, you know what? I'll muzzle your gayo. And I was like, wait, no. Like, I didn't mean to say it that way. Clint, derogatory. Sounds like a Simon and Garfunkel cover band. I'm going to pee my pants. Is that what you want from me today? The Clintification of Clint. You'll love to see it. No, definitely. Simmer, absolutely not. All he knows is how to be freaking creepy. He gets what he deserves. The Clintification of Clunt. I read that as Hall and Oates, maybe. And I was like, is that a grocery store brand? We're doing great today. Where'd I get my sweater? So Shell and I have matching ones, and I got it off of Etsy. Let me see if I can find the link for you. I'm sure I can. Give me a second. Purchases. Shouldn't be that far back. I do love supporting small businesses on Etsy. Maybe it is that far back. Oh my god, when did I buy this? Here it is. Okay. So it comes in a variety of colors. Oh no, is it gone? Oh no! It's gone! Well, if you want to keep a lookout, this is the store that I got it from. And they still have their Stardew Valley mug, which is really stinking cute, but the sweater is no longer available. So I'm going to link you to the mug instead, which again is really, really stinking cute. They have 8-ounce and I think 12-ounce mugs. But I'll keep a lookout, and if that comes back into stock, I will relink it to you. I'm so sorry. Oh no. He's a bitch, girl, and he's gone too far because he knows you can't smith him anyway. Listen, at least with Clint, he might be really creepy and make folks uncomfortable, but at least he works. I can't say the same for Marnie. Has a don't laugh challenge going on. Y'all are gonna be so sick of us for how much we're gonna be giggle gals tomorrow. BRP in record time. It's true. It's Jamie's oil store name. Hold on, I was simply lubing my What is this joke that I'm not understanding? Mine's in the wash, I'm sorry. Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. We don't have to wear it the same time all the time, but I was like, oh, since we're playing Stardew today, I might as well because I did laundry. Hi, Nathan. You're so welcome, Tiff. I'm so sorry. I feel really bad. Marnie works 7 minutes a week. Yep. And then she works the other time as well. For the mayor. If you know, you know. Jamie, if I say something to you, because I don't know if you've done this yet. Have you been into the mayor's basement in the new 1.6 update? Hi, Curie. How are you doing? You can rely on that blacksmith, honey. Linus gets a pass. Linus is just trying to make it through. Linus is not trying to hurt anybody. He's a sweet baby angel. No worries, Jen. Oh, hey, this just reminds me, Jen, you don't have to stay here, but I'm trying, we've been having some CC issues the last few days with both of my, like, regular closed captioning places between Alejo and Gooseman. I am trying the OBS captions today, which you can just go down to the regular VOD and put on the CC for. It's not perfect, but I'm hoping it's working today. If anybody would like to check on that for me, just let me know. It's something Twitch side with the servers issue lately, because on my end, it's going fine. She says she loves animals, but she leaves them outside in the winter. I know! Can jippers in the bush. Which one? Not yet, you couldn't put downstairs. Okay, good. Nobody tell Jamie. Whenever you do that, let me know. Let me know. Hi, SMG. How are you doing, my love? Yeah, do a med check-in. I love our new command that Moonwitch got for us. They're working awesome. They may not pick up as well as our other CC overlays that we've used, but I want something up there, and then as the week goes on, I can see if the other ones are working. How do you put down stairs? Because I tried. It didn't work for you? Wait, okay, so hold on. You already have access to Lewis's, right? Where did you put them down? You have to go in his room and put them down. It didn't work for you? Yeah, I had no problem. Maybe you were putting it on, like, a singular tile that wasn't registering? Did you try, like, other tiles in the room? Oh, no! You need to get your friendship level with him to, what is it, 4? Or cheat it. You have CJB cheats, right? Just grant yourself room access to him. Because that's what I did. I just cheated it. I opened up his door, go in his bedroom, and put the stairs in his bedroom. And then report back. Don't do this off stream. I highly suggest you do it live. That's all I'm gonna say. Thank you. Wrong room. Yeah, try again. I'm wearing my Imogen shirt today, though, so I hope you still feel connected to you. I will absolutely. Absolutely. And then I'm going to annoy you because for the first 10 minutes of our stream, I'm going to be, like, not helping on the farm at all and just going through the different hair choices. Shella taught me how to use the mirror for fashion sense when we hung out on Friday. And I was like, Shella, I'm gonna be so annoying. Shella's gonna be running around and taking care of our animals and watering our crops. Like, what the hell is my roommate doing? La la la. And like, she'll just see like the different style like hair just going by. You're going into the basement right now? Are you going right now? Hi, Madness. How are you doing? You'll do it tomorrow? Okay. Oh, no worries, sweetheart. It's gonna be real good. Real good. It's okay, you get a girly pop moment. It's so true. I don't think I want to change my fit. I think I just want to do something to my hair. But I don't know what. I'll probably ask chat for feedback. Shella has way more hairs installed in her mods list than I do. As a reminder today, if you're asking like, Violet, what mods are you using? I have no idea. They are all Shella's mods. So I will refer you to Shella's Google Doc for her mods. Shella has a second command in the channel now. Nova, thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's really funny. I'm happy that y'all told me about going into the basement, but you also didn't, like, spoil it for me. Because that genuine reaction was so freaking priceless. And my TikTok did extremely well. Oh my god, speaking of TikTok, exclamation point TikTok, if y'all want to go give my TikTok from this morning some love. I don't know if it just doesn't like Lethal Company or if I posted it at a weird time, but TikTok is suppressing the shit out of it, and I would just love some more eyes on it, please. Thank you. Thanks, Golden. See you soon, Shella. Bye. Willie, I got you, babe. Dreobeck. Is this like tit soak again? What does that stand for? What is happening? She's finally listening to me. I say, leave them with mystery and intrigue. Leave them wanting more. Hey. I don't know. Caught kit? Or was that supposed to be like, look it? Oh, TikTok. Oh. Yes, having a stroke, maybe. Madness, sweetheart, it's all good. Listen, I know that you would really love those emotes back, but I don't want anybody to feel bad in the channel, and I don't want folks to feel like they have to gift out subs when folks are already generous enough. That's why I have wonderful follower emotes for you, which you can use at your leisure, and you already are. They're super cute bears, and everybody gets to use those too. Your keyboard started typing backwards. Are you sure that wasn't you? Are we positive? What day is it? Listen to me right now. It is April 3rd. I simply cannot handle this. Now that makes sense. Does it? Are we sure? I am not that gifted. All right, fine. All right, listen. If Shella's going live like now, Shella is gonna be doing the 5-minute sketch. So I am going to pee and take my break now so we're ready for Shella, okay? Put a 1 in the chat if you understand what the plans are. I understand now too, but I was like, what the hell are you saying? I thought you just like slammed your head down on the keyboard. It'll be at least 25 minutes. Okay, perfect. Wait, I can't tell if you're being sassy or not because 5 minutes means nothing to her. You are being sassy. Lulu, you weren't in here earlier and I need to report something to you. Shella came in and she said, I can't wait to guzzle you today instead of saying guzzle gourmayo today. We got a screenshot of it. Oh, you were hiding. You saw it all! Lurkers see everything! Lulu's like, I'm just gonna put this in my back pocket for later. If it's still there, I would love to. I don't know if it's still there or not. I think on my end, it might have already refreshed. Yeah, it's already refreshed for me. The latest Shella posting was, oh my god, I call him Clint. Oh, I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Hi, Deloria. Okay, BRP question for you. What chaotic moment do you think is going to happen in Stardew today with Shella? What are some premonitions of good or really terrible moments that are going to happen? And y'all already know one of them, that I'm going to have to throw out a new museum item that I pick up that Shella cannot know about. What type of chaos are you expecting today from myself and Shella? What are some guesses that what's going to happen? All right? Let me know. I'll be right back. Hello? Hi, Bear Witch. Why are we eating raw men? I usually like them with a little bit of ranch on them. Trish, oh my god, thanks for the standing desk. Let me do that. Wheel spins? You want another? I think we're good with the one wheel spin today. I don't want to gift trash to Shella. I honestly think that would be funny. Me murdering a crop would probably have her murder me in the game. She would try and take an axe right to my face. Enjoy, Yuki! Why do you keep reading Yuki's name as Yakisoba? I have no idea. I have no idea. Plants, please! Well, you can't eat me. I'm too close to an edible. Yeah, I think we were eating... Who are we eating today? I think it was Yuki. Just like Yuki to go off and leave while everybody's hungry. Hi, Captain. How are you doing? You too, sweetheart. Oh my god, thank you. I'm so sorry I cannot share the link because it was asked about earlier in chat and it no longer exists. So I promise when we find out, we'll figure it out. If they put it back on there. Easily, I swear to God. I swear to God. Thank you so much for the 250 biddies. And Bear Witch, thank you for the 400 biddies. Thanks for fishing up a raw dog. Okay, we got another wheel spin. Can y'all please calm down? Can you please calm down? Stop it. Stop it. Deloria beat you by 2 points. Oh my god, Deloria. Hello. Meal? Doc is out of office again to go fishing. Okay, listen. I'm not going to remove it from the wheel, but we won't sell another museum item, okay? We won't sell another museum item, but I'm not removing it from the wheel. All right, I have to change my outfit. Thank God. Thank God. Okay, so reminders to mods and or anybody in chat, hold me accountable. Sell a museum item and change my outfit. Because this girl, I'm so sleep deprived, I'm gonna forget. Hi, Lala. Okay, so, I use one that I bought off of Etsy. I can send you the link for that, but if you're just looking for like a website to use, this is the one that I use and have used in the past. I still use it for giveaways and stuff like that. Wheel of Names, you'll love it. You will love it. You can customize it to your heart's content. Easily, thank you so much for another 250 biddies. Thanks for fishing up a creeper. Please don't spin the wheel again. Listen, if we get another wheel spin, I will remove the museum and change outfit off of the wheel. Okay? I will remove those so we have a higher chance of destroying a crop. If that's what people want, if you want to see me get chewed out by Shella, fine. I'll remove them. I still see Shella as taggable. Does that mean she's lurking? No, if she's supposed to be taggable in the title, it means that we're playing with her. It's supposed to be there. Sometimes Twitch like screws up and she's not taggable, so that's good. You fished up my ex? Wait a minute. Was he a hot dog? Aria, thank you so much for the biddies. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Doc, thanks for another 250 biddies. Thank you, thank you. We are, I can't math, 150 biddies away from another wheel spin. 150. It's 250 to fish. You pulled up Lance Bass. He belongs in there. He belongs in there. Why did I put that for 67 gold? All these other ones are like 1 gold. Lance Bass is apparently 67 gold. 67 gold pieces for him. Darzok, feel better. We love Lance Bass. I love Lance Bass when he has the face of a bass. So it's perfect. Did I miss James? Hi, James. How are you doing? thank you, Bearwitch. Thank you so much for the 100 biddies. You're so sweet. I really appreciate it. Oh my god, thank you, thank you. Stop it. We don't have to hit it. This was not a challenge today. I was like, hey, if y'all want to. Aria, thank you for the 80 biddies. All right, let me sit down and fix the wheel, then we will spin it again. I'm done with y'all. I am done with y'all today. The disappointment is immeasurable and you should feel bad about everything. Chat is trying to either get me to gift Shella trash or destroy a crop. No, you. Okay, let me fix the wheel first. Y'all are really unbelievable. Okay. Sell museum item. That needs to be removed. Change outfit. Who said they were leaving if I have to drink mayo? Again, in the game. In the game, you people. Okay, the wheel has been updated. There we go. Unbelievable? Back at ya. Do you really want me to flirt with Clint? Yuki, yeah, the hate for mayo is very strong in this community. All right, hold on. Shella messaged me, so we got to get this underway, and then we got to go with Shella. Okay. All right, I'll flirt with Clint in front of Shella. Y'all gotta remind me. Changing outfit, selling museum item, flirting with Clint in front of Shella. I need to be held responsible. The brain is not braining today. Hi, Faye. I love you. Could be worse. Could it be? Are we sure about that? Are we positive? All right, push to talk is on. Aria, thanks for the 250 biddies. Thanks for going fishing again. Thank you, thank you. All right, let me get everything set up. Y'all are really something else. You got Ben Barnes. Let's go. Okay. Desktop audio on. Alerts sound off. Calling Shella now. Are we ready? Move my chair again still.
Hello.
Greetings, darling.
Greetings.
So I have good
How
news
art
and
thou?
bad news. It has nothing to do with the game per se, but you and I are going to have to take a small detour to town together because of chat.
What?
That's all I can tell you at this current moment in time.
The town?
Into the town, yes.
Okay.
That's all.
Like in the game?
Yes.
Okay. Are you asking me on a date? I mean, a platonic outing?
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
a platonic outing. Yes, correct.
Okay, perfect.
Let me know when you've gone into the game and I'll load up.
All right, I'm opening up the co-op.
She thinks it's a date. She has no idea.
Here we go.
Also, Easley, thanks for the 250 biddies. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. She's going to be so disappointed. She's like, you asked me on a date to flirt with somebody else in front of me? Oh, okay.
It's open.
I don't see you on my list. Give me a second.
Oh, I might be hidden. Hold on. I'm always
offline?
hidden. Yeah, I don't like people seeing what I'm doing.
No, honestly, same.
Okay, I'm online now.
Okay. There you are.
Yippee, yippee!
I love how it shows only 14 minutes of playtime on my character.
Oh yeah, because you had to delete yourself.
Yeah.
That was so sad. I'm so
It was
sorry
so
that
traumatic.
happened.
Oh my god, look at us! We're here!
We're here! We did it!
We did it! We're
Today's
gamers!
the day. We're not gonna have to spend so long troubleshooting today.
I know. Yeah, if y'all don't remember from the last time, we had a terrible time because we had a mod problem, which we have fixed.
Yes.
But my character effectively had to start over.
Yeah, that was really rough. We found out how to break
Susan.
Stardew Valley, essentially.
Yeah. It's going mod happy.
Yeah. Well, no, it was deleting your bed and you logging
Correct.
off with it.
Correct.
That's what broke it.
That's what started the whole thing.
Yeah, and then
Yeah,
the
we're
mods.
gamers.
And then the mods.
So she is a new Stardew Valley expanded character. Okay, so first order of business.
I was taking care of this whole farm by myself for like 5 days because we were trying to get the
I remember
like
that.
the new house. It took me so long, but I watered everything every day. I just want you to know.
I really appreciate that.
Our farm is thriving.
I got us gold.
Ooh,
Oh my god, a
let's
lot of
go.
gold.
Oh my god.
Wait, I'm still going. Okay, that's it. Where is our mirror?
We have to go buy it.
Oh,
If you want to go buy it,
I
you
completely
can.
forgot. Okay, yeah. But let me help you finish watering first.
Yeah. Sounds good. Oh yeah, and our chickens!
Are they thriving or have they left us again?
No, they're thriving. They will not leave us. We will not have
thank
a
God.
scramble 2.0.
I don't think my heart could take it. We can only have one chicken leave in any of our playthroughs together.
I still, like, that's my Roman Empire. What happened to him? Where did he go?
He straight up just disappeared one day and said, well,
Where did he
time
go?
to set off on my own journey.
Yeah, it was wild.
Y'all remember Scramble
Oh
from
yeah, we have
Sunhaven?
mayonnaise machines now. That's right.
Do you?
Big day for us.
On, how are you feeling, sweetheart? Any suggestions? You can, Deloria. So, you can actually just remove it straight up from your mods folder and only play on your file when you want to play Stardew Valley Expanded. But if you're doing a co-op farm, to me, it's less game breaking if you all play it together or you all just don't use it. But if you're like, hey, I want my solo farm to be Stardew Valley Expanded, but not co-op farms, just move it out of your folder and don't open up that game save when you don't have it installed. So it's not too bad. I have several different mod folders now because I have a couple of co-op games going. I obviously have my solo save, and then I have the one with Shella. So, like, whatever day it is, whoever I'm playing with, I will just be like, oh, who am I playing with? Oh, I'm playing with Shella. Okay, I have to move my folder back for Shella's mod, stuff like that. Itchy Witch, hello, thank you for the lurk. My axolotl in Minecraft also disappeared. No, didn't they die? Y'all need to upgrade those cans, ladies. Hell yeah. I think that should be one of the first things we do. But also, I don't remember where the hell anything is right now. Because we were using my house as a storage shed. Do y'all remember that? Bad. Momo! Thank you for the raid! Welcome on in! Momo, what were you streaming today, sweetheart? How is The Sims treating you? Welcome on in, y'all. If y'all don't know Momo, please, please, please go give them a heckin' follow right now, or you're gonna be hearing from my lawyer. And if y'all are new here, hey, hi, hello. We are a chat-focused, cozy gamer over here. We're playing with our girl Shella today in our co-op farm. And I'm heading out to go buy a mirror to change my hairstyle. Suffering over decorating a house in The Sims. Perfect, beautimous. You love to see it. Oh my
Our fruit
god.
bats gave us a peach.
That's wonderful, because I think you're a peach.
Also, we need it for a bundle.
Oh.
That's why I was excited.
Oh, right. That's, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
you know.
totally normal. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
Shella Shellerson. Momo, would you like to know what Shella said to me today when she came in my channel earlier? You see my title, right? Guzzling Mayo with Rochella. Shella said, I can't wait to guzzle you today. Instead of saying guzzle mayo with you, she said, I can't wait to guzzle you today. So there it is. Thank you for the follows. Sunwolf, hello. Zag, hello. Linda's, hello. Pigeon, in a French accent, hello. I'm sharing this for everybody because I still can't believe it happened. Lewis, what are you complaining about? I think both of y'all are terrible people. This is Stardew Valley expanded, by the way, if y'all are like, what is this? Cutscene? Yeah, what if the garbage Joja dumps into the river, Morris? Yeah, what about you two garbage individuals? Lewis and Morris? I was putting CDs in there. Actually, that's true. I fished them up. Hi, Satan! Welcome on in! So, I guess for you, like, when I usually say not today's Satan, it would be today's Satan? Wonderful. Hi, Kate. How's it going? You've been given the lawyer title. It's true. The Fabii knows all. Thanks for all the follows, y'all. Happy to have you with us. The Stardew music hits so different now after having gone to the concert. Oh my god, I bet it was such an incredible experience. I'm so jealous. It sold out in Boston. I kid you not. I was on there for maybe 2 minutes and it was already sold out. Folks had so much faster phalanges than I did. Everybody say hi to Satan. You're very PG. Perfect. We're not. I would say PG-13 sometimes are. It depends on our pronunciation of Clint. Today we're calling him Clunt because we are playing with Shella's community, who is very much PG-13. The local sardine population, I don't care about that. I'm so sorry. Oh, wait, I do have to go in here. I don't care, but like I do. Okay, hello. I need a hand mirror, please. Thank you. Just bought the hand mirror.
Let's go.
All right, pals. You gotta help me pick out a new hairstyle. And I also need to change my clothes. So let me just take my hat off for now. How do I do this?
Okay, this one is...
There we go.
Oh.
Or
Oh, I have a
faster
cherry
internet.
in this save file?
What happened?
Oh, sorry, I'm unmuted. I'm getting mad because in my solo save, I need a freaking cherry. And we have one in this save file, so I'm mad.
So you were like really excited. You're like, oh yay, I don't need it anymore.
Like,
just kidding.
I played myself.
Oh
It's okay.
no.
It's fine.
Thank you for the follows, y'all. Yeah, you did. I see that. We're kind but nipple forward community. Robert, how are you doing today? How dare you? I'm pure. I feel like the hairstyle needs to be very prevalent under the hat. I agree with you. I agree. Those are like tiny little braids. We need something that's voluminous and fluffy. Maybe for my look oh my god. I mean, that is voluminous. So we can't have anything that's like an updo. I kind of like the big one that I had earlier. Oh my god, there's so many more hairstyles. Remember, these are all Shella's, and if you're like, Violet, what mods do you have installed? I have no idea. They're all Shella's mods. Please, please look at her mods list, and you will find out more information. There's so many. Oh my god, some of these are so freaking cute, though. There's so many to go through. Do you want to be a mermaid? What is that? Number 2. But we can't customize the color for the... Oh my god, I love this one. Could we try and see if this one would work? That's blondish, right? Should I make it a little bit brighter? That's blonde. That's cute. Okay, I want to see if that hairstyle works. With the hat. I mean, it comes up a little bit over the side, but I feel like that's pretty good. I feel like that's pretty good. Don't worry, I'm going back in to change the outfit. I just want to do one thing at a time. Don't you worry, I got you. Okay. These are basics. Oh, I like that one. Oh, apparently I can only change my top. As a bottom, this is groundbreaking news for me. Ooh, I like the pink. What do we think about the pink or the purple? Oh my god, like a little sailor shirt? I don't know if I like any of these ones. Oh, that's cute! I like this one. I'm gonna go with this one. It's kind of like my fit today. Ignore the fact completely that my hat doesn't fully fit over my head, okay? Otherwise, it's me. Oh, that's awesome, Madness. Thank you for doing that. And yeah, if y'all are not already following Shella, !Shella in the chat, you can also see her tag in my title. Go on over, say hello. Say you came from Violet's stream and you're really sorry about everything that may or may not happen today. I don't know where to put this mirror, so I'm just going to put it there. I also kind of want to build my own chest that I keep in my room because I want to put my other weapons in there when I'm not using them. Not today, Satan. Are you ever sorry? Do you ever think about the things that you've done? Or is it just canon for y'all? Oh my god, I forgot that I don't have... Shella doesn't have CGB cheats installed. And that means that I do not have a glow ring.
Hey, Violet.
Yes.
Are you wanting to move your cabin back to where it was, like, in that location? Or were you wanting to branch out?
I would like to put my cabin wherever it does not interfere with our aesthetics of the farm.
Okay, so... the reason I'm asking is because I'm trying to decide where to put all of our organization, because I don't want to leave it here. So I'm trying to think, like, where...
I kind of like what you had going on with yours, because that's kind of what
so
I did
cute!
with mine.
Sorry.
Oh my god, do you like it?
Yes, you look so good.
Thanks, bestie. Do you want to put it over here? Like this section?
Your house?
No, the organization.
Oh, yeah, I could do that if you want to, like, move your house somewhere else.
Yeah.
You can sleep in my bed, so it's not, like, walking so far. Like, that's the only reason you would...
That sounds perfect to me.
Sleep in my bed?
Sure.
Yeah. Only because it's, like, closer.
It's way more convenient.
It's just convenience.
Oh god, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I tripped. So we gotta.
It's
all right.
Okay, you know.
It's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, there's grass everywhere. It's kind of hard to walk over. I get it. Okay.
Is she asking you out? She was asking me to be her bed roommate, actually. The other wheel spins, she's gonna be upset. She is. She'll never know, though, chat, will she? Well, I guess she'll know about Clint, but she won't know about the museum item. All right, I don't want to bombard her with Clint. Also, what day does Clint not work in town? Do we know? She said she couldn't wait to guzzle you. Tell Shella that Violet made us. No! Stop spreading these lies.
Morning. There's a Queen of Sauce if you want to learn
it's
how
Sunday,
to make...
yes. Let me head on back
fish.
in. Sorry, I'm so used to having my cheats, the UI cheats installed that I forget that we have to look at the TV for this one.
Oh.
I'm like just completely ignoring it, like la la la, nothing to see here.
You're fine. I got you.
What up, dragon? How you doing? How's your day? So like, yeah, I would say bedmates is now way more of what we are together, for sure. Hello, where's our other chicken? Chicken! Oh, you were literally right inside. I'm so sorry. Good. Build a silo. How do I skip that? Like, if I don't want to build a silo, chat, because technically I already did and we don't need another one, how would one go about ignoring that? Like, oh, cancel quest? Okay, never mind. I figured it out on my own. Thank you for helping me how you could. Susan? Fuck you, Susan. Oh, thank you. I thought I was gonna have to use the cheat menu, but we don't have the cheats installed, so I panicked. But I just skipped it. Clicked the... Thanks, Anna! I did it! Just ignore the things. GG's. Professional spooners. Queen of sauce meet queen of mayo. Mayo? Sauce? Are we okay? We are so helpful. See, these are the rhetorical questions that truly keep the stream moving. We're like, oh wow, I get a chance to help Violet. Never mind, she figured it out herself. She's a knower. I like how we both got that last one together.
Yeah, that was good. Good teamwork. I'm gonna go to Robin's today.
Okay.
Do you know where you want to move your cabin? Because I can move it while I'm over there.
Yeah, you just pick a spot. Put it somewhere on the left-hand side that's out of the way.
Okay, I'm gonna go clear a spot.
All right. Actually, I'll help you because I need wood. I want to put a... Oh, I mean, I should probably ask you for your permission. Since we're officially, like, living together and we're, like, spoon mates now, I was wondering if I could put a chest in there so I can keep my tools there in the meantime.
In where?
In our cabin.
Oh my god. Yeah, we can each have our own chest in there if you like.
Okay, perfect.
You don't have to ask me permission for that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
I mean, also, I have to, like, we have wood if you want to make a chest.
Oh, we do? Oh, okay.
Yeah. I just have to reorganize and relabel all the chests so you actually know.
Okay. Honestly, this is better anyway because I need to get my skills back up.
That's so true. Oh my god, you don't know how to do anything anymore.
I don't. I'm a Stardew baby.
You forgore. That's okay.
Your spice
I'll go
rack is
move
not
Robin's
organized?
stuff. But yeah, I keep the construction materials like wood, stone, all that stuff in this brown chest.
Oh, perfect.
Here,
Okay.
so everything you need should be there.
I just need a little bit more.
I'll go move your house then.
Wonderful.
Dear me.
Oh, did we ever build the bridge on the beach?
I don't know if we did.
Okay.
I would
I'll
be
go
down
and check
for
on
you
that
to,
today.
yeah, if you want to go do that, that's cool.
I'm gonna build a chest first. So talk to me more about your rack. I mean, your spice rack. What is wrong with it? It's not organized. Would you like me to organize your spice rack for you?
Wait, Violet, you're still there. Can you
I'm here.
cut down all the trees behind our house? Like the big house?
I certainly can. Yes.
I want to push our house backwards.
Okay, I got you.
Thank you so much.
I'm just gonna drop the chest off there for a minute. Listen to me! Do me a favor. Shut up when you're talking to me. Do I have anything that I can eat, though? Oh my god, y'all, what do I eat? Can I eat seeds? Should I just take some mayo? I don't know if Shella's just been hoarding the mayo, though. I think Shella might have been hoarding the mayo. Y'all, there's nothing that is edible for me over here. I don't have enough energy. Oh, wait. I'm gonna steal the seaweed. A big lump with knobs. It's got the spice. It's got the spice. This started it. Faye is a group of neurodivergent people called the Spice Rack. I see now. And Easley was like, well, my spice rack is disorganized. And then, oh my god, I didn't know that I could see this from Shella's perspective. Oh my god, this is wild. I see the house floating and I almost screamed. That was like such a jump scare. That was so funny.
I'm trolling you. Wait, can you see it floating right now?
Yeah!
That's so funny. I wish I could see it from your POV. I just, want to make sure you can see everything.
Jesus Christ, that scared me. Hi, M! Must not drink mayo. Is that a website? M's like, please don't drink. Please don't click that. Please don't drink that. I'm drinking mayo. Look at me, I'm drinking mayo. We're pushing our house back further. Hi, good. Welcome on in. Nothing weird is happening here. If she drops the house on Lewis, you get ruby slippers. Actually, you get a ruby statue of the mayor. Fun fact. Cool, Chaos. I hope you're having fun. Cat, how are you doing?
Okay,
Has it been
I think
flopped?
that's a good place for our house. I might have just trapped you though.
Oh god. You didn't
With
trap.
the owl.
Wait.
The owl statues, I think we have to move them.
Yep, you did trap me. Yep, so I will move the statues. Please hold.
Sorry.
You're like, you can't leave now. Oh, you also trapped our poor cat. I mean, Chat the cat.
Chat the cat. Oh yeah, that's right. Chat's,
Oh, shit.
Chat's our cat.
All right, hold on. I gotta fix all this stuff, y'all. Okay, so that can get moved now. I don't know where else we want to put the statues. I guess I'll just put them right in front of our house. Perfect. All right, I'm leaving. Shut the fuck up. You shut up when you're speaking to me, maybe. Or Chat, possibly. Going to be Faby Spice. We do scream like my cat does. It's true. Put your best screams in the chat right now. How feral are we today? Oh god, I still have to meet. I have to re-meet the rest of the townspeople. I don't want to. Oh, fuck you then. All right, Susan. All right, Susan. If that's your real name. I'm going to the beach. Madness, what a beautiful scream. That is a gorgeous yell. Bear Witch, I can hear you from here. Cat. Lovely. Oh my god, Elliot! We haven't seen Elliot in forever because of our Astarian mod. Nice to have him back. Don't you steal my mud. Oh god, sorry. Just destroying the beach. Nothing to see, yeah? Oh, we did. We did get this done. Well, good. I'll grab some other things. Put down roar. That's not a scream. That's a dino. Hi, Sunwolf. Hi, Han. Hello. Elliot, you mean Fabio? Because he is fabulous. Fabulous? Fabulous? Yes. Yes. Install the Astarian mod. I love that. The modder next. So, when we next play the solo farm tomorrow, you will see that I updated it because Karlak is now in there and replaces Leah. The modder is next working on Will replacing Harvey, the doctor, and also Gale replacing the wizard. I'm like, everything about this is so incredibly perfect. Yes, please. She also installed Karlak. Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm going to walk around and just see if there are people that I can meet right now. I should honestly go back to the tavern because that's going to be the biggest group. Is there a mod where you can rename the villagers? As far as I know, no. But definitely still try Nexus mods because you don't know really what's hiding on there until you do a nice little search. Oh, there's Clint. Oh, I'm going to have Shella come to the bar. Ma'am, are you busy?
No.
Can you please meet me at the saloon?
The saloon?
Yeah.
Yeah. I will be right over.
Okay. Okay, give me a pickup line before Shella gets here. Give me a pickup line to use on a blacksmith like Clint. Give me a pickup line. That's PG. I don't want to be like, is that an iron bar in your pocket or are you just happy to see me? Though that would kind of be funny. Give me a pickup line, please. I'm panicking. What if she walks through that door right now? Oh, PG. Hi, Diana! How are you doing, beautiful? Can I have a shout out in the chat for Diana? Diana, how are you doing, sweetheart? What have you been playing lately? Want to sit by a fire and get hammered? Please! Oh, thank you, Martin. Okay. You look as hot as your forge.
Hello.
Hi, Shella. I haven't met this nice fellow over here yet. Would you like to talk to him with me?
Sure.
Oh my
You mean
gosh.
Clint?
Your name is Clint? Wow.
Clint.
You look as hot as your forge.
What?
Okay, bye.
Why did you ask me on a date to talk to Clint?
Chat made me to be specific. The cat, not the cat. My chat. She literally booked it. My God. You think she'll kick me out? Will we not be spoon mates anymore? Oh my God. See what you've done? See the damage? Y'all are like, yeah, let's just keep hitting goals today. Let's keep spinning the wheel. I've swallowed my hair. Sheila has gone to bed. She's pissed. Oh my God. Hi, Dawn. Welcome on in. Thank you, sweetheart. Blame chat. Scattered, how you doing? Are you already in bed? Oh.
What's that? I can't hear you. I'm sleeping.
No more wheel. Are we close to another one? We're 450 away from a wheel, but please don't do this to me because I might have to destroy a crop in front of Shella. So maybe we shouldn't. Oh, hi, good morning.
Is it? Oh, the spirits are in good humor. I guess it is a good morning.
Ha.
Ooh, storm's approaching. We don't have lightning rods, do we?
I don't think so. Do we have the capability of crafting them? I know for certain I don't.
Yeah, we don't. That's so sad.
Okay.
Ooh. Yeah, you should probably get your farming up, right?
Oh yeah, hold on. I gotta empty out my pockets.
I promise I'm working on the organization today.
Oh, you're so fine. Who's coming on in? Easley, thank you so much for the additional 250 pennies.
I think you took it all.
I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for being so nice. Thanks for fishing up Shakespeare. Do we have a chest for flour? Okay, never mind. I found them. Thank you, sweetheart. Her chat was like, what? I would have reacted in the exact same way. The exact same way. Personally. Do we think Blue is fishing? Shella is so good. Who's coming on in? Another 250! I can't see. Please hold. Shit. Okay, we got another wheel spin. Don't tell Shella. Dawn, thanks for that brand new tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome on in. Dawn, we're on the last month of our plus push. You get to fill out the form if you feel comfortable giving me your address. And I get to send a sticker to you in the mail. Thank you so much. Okay, give me a second to fix the wheel, okay? Everybody stay calm. What are we gonna do? Stay calm. How are we gonna do it? By force. I said what I said. By force. Okay, we gotta do this fast. Okay, our choices are only drinking mayo for energy for 1 Stardew day. Cannot eat for 1 Stardew day. Change hair, gift trash to Shella, or destroy a crop. That's all we've got left. Please, please don't make it be a crop. She's already mad at me. This is equally as terrible. Only mayo. Only mayo for today. I don't know if Shella's already taken the mayo. If Shella's already taken the mayo, we are snoop out of luck. If she has guzzled it, she actually might have it in her pocket. I'm gonna hold on to the eggs so that I may make mayo for me to drink later. This is so sad. Also, did we already water this? No, we didn't. Okay, I have to water this section. Her gobby tendencies are rubbing off on you. It's so true. I'm far too gullible to not be friends with a goblin and not have them invade my decisions in my mind. Pocket mayo. I need my mayo to be cold. Anybody else? Okay, I'm gonna sound really weird. So last night I got a tuna melt, right? I love tuna melts. But they make it warm because you gotta melt the cheese, right? So when I get a tuna melt and I get it delivered to me, this is really odd. I put it in the fridge first to cool it down, and then I eat it. So it's cold. Is that weird to anybody else? Maybe this could be a rhetorical question. Hi, Khaleesi! How's it going? Hi, Cody! I can make mayo. It's all mine now. Yeah, like a cold deli sandwich. Yeah. But I like my cheese to be a little bit melty, which is why I get the melts done. Look at Shella building a nice house for you, then you ask her on a date to flirt with Clint. Y'all made me do this. You made me. Yeah, then the bread wouldn't be crispy, right? Sounds like tuna salad, totally normal. Okay. Because, like, I know I'm unhinged and I have more issues than Vogue, but does my therapist need to know about my tuna habits? How are we feeling on that? Your hot coffee turns cold? Yeah, I have a hard time with room temperature coffee. I'm not an iced coffee girl. I used to be, now I'm not. I feel like it gets too watery for me and it loses its flavor. But then I try to trick myself because in the summertime, I feel like I'm just running off of like sunlight. So I try and limit my caffeine intake. So then I'll make iced coffee because I'm like, oh, I don't really want to keep drinking this. So I'll only have a little bit and it's a way for me to like wean off of caffeine. Because it's just not enjoyable. Oh, I've heard that. Crisped up nice. I bet it's a nice, like, sweet flavor, right? Hi, Sarah's Dye. Coffee cubes, you think so? Is that easy to do? How long can you, like, keep the coffee cubes for? Like a few days? Obviously no milk in there. Do we? Oh, she put the mayo things back. Okay. You know how long this is gonna be? Swear to God, if Shella steals my mayo, then it's all over for us, y'all. Like, I won't be able to do anything today. How much is the first backpack upgrade? It's
it should be 2,000.
2,000, right? Okay.
Oh shoot, yeah, you have to go get that, don't you?
I do.
Sad.
And I realize that I need to now wait to be summoned to the beach to get my rod.
Oh man.
I'll go and bother
You can use
Willie.
my rod though.
Oh wow, thanks.
It should be in my chest. It's like the one right here, away from all the other chests.
Oh, okay. You heard Shella first. She will let me use her rod from her chest. Thank you, everybody, and good night. You love it in the summertime, yeah? If you're a frequent coffee drinker, I definitely have it every day. Some days I'll have 2 cups of coffee, but I would say 99% of the time it's, where are you fucking going? I will only have 1 cup of coffee. Also, let me be clear here. I have decaf coffee.
Wait, I think
that's all
Old
I can
Violet
handle now.
had her fishing rod because it's here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so
Oh,
you
sick.
do have,
Okay.
so maybe you won't get summoned.
Oh, good. All right, then I'll run back.
Yeah.
Willie was out for the day today anyway, and I tried chasing him down.
Aw, Willie, come on.
Willie? Not clickbait. Glad I came back for that. Hot. So I guess I'm using my own rod again. How lonely. I don't know. Where would it have been? I think Shella said it was in one of the other ones. This is so nicely organized. Oh my God, Shella worked so hard. I want to buy something for Shella. I want to dig up something for Shella. I need to say I'm sorry. What better way of saying I'm sorry than groveling at her feet? Oh my god, the mail! Remember, this is all I can drink today. Here. I'm gonna... hey.
Yes.
Are you hungry?
Yes. Okay, I forgive you for last night.
Yay! Chat,
You
I
know
gave
the
her
way
my
to my
mail
heart,
and
it's
she
guzzling.
forgave me. If you just want to have a guzzle moment, like.
Oh, you wanna
Yeah.
guzzle?
Yeah. Cheers!
Cheers. Delicious.
Eggy.
I love egg smoothies.
Cat mouse? Yeah, I probably could have done that. I probably could have. All right, hold on. Oh, tools? No. Where was it? I think maybe Shella said the one in her house. Oh, no, the one that's right here.
There's a small magnet ring in here.
Ooh.
Let me put it in this chest for you.
Oh, yeah, I'll grab that.
I think old Violet left it. She's dead now.
Just like the old Taylor Swift.
Wow, wait. I've never seen old Violet and old Taylor Swift in the same room before. You think?
Maybe.
Dang.
It makes a lot of sense now when you think about it.
It does. It really does.
Okay, for the beach, I'm just gonna need this stuff. And damn it! Piers is already closed. And I can't have that. Chat, let's try and fish up some things. Little camper will have a fit. Don't worry, this isn't a Hannah Montana moment. But remember that you get the best of both worlds. Anyway, who needs caffeine? Not I. You had to turn off your monitors because Remy wouldn't take her bottle because she was watching. Was she distracted by me? Oh, she loves little Auntie Violet. You need caffeine? You and me both, Dawn. You and me both. I don't normally stream on Wednesdays, but I said to Shella, especially after what happened with our last co-farm stream, because of all the issues we had, I said I'll make it work this week. Just tell me when you're available, because I know you got Among Us on Monday, and I had Paleo Drops yesterday. So she goes, Wednesday? I'm like, sure. 3 stream days in a row. Very rough on a chronically ill gal's body, but we're fine today. The swelling has honestly gone down. I'm just tired today. My body feels great. I'm just literally tired. And I think that's why I had my panic attack this morning at the post office when it doesn't normally affect me. I think I was just so overtired that it was like, oh, hey, this normal everyday task, yeah, you can't do it today. We won't allow it. We meaning my anxiety. We normally watch you on the couch after her dinner bottle before her dinner foods. Oh my God, stop it. That's too cute. Oh, Diana, thanks, sweetheart. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm still trying to navigate this new life of mine, and I feel like I've been doing really good. We're getting there. We are getting there. I'm learning my limits and everything. And I'm just proud of myself for doing 3 stream days in a row right now. Like, knowing I can look back and say, hey, like, you did it before, so you can do it again. This is great. I hear that about normal everyday tasks suddenly being insurmountable. Yeah. And, like, I feel like I get that already as a neurospicy individual who has ADHD, but going places by myself has never really bothered me if I have a task available. And then bookstores, I could just walk in and be there for 3 hours by myself. Certain stores, like department stores similar to Target or Walmart, I would get overwhelmed if I don't have a list. Like, why am I going in there? I need to buy a top, or I need to buy dog food, or whatever, right? But, like, I knew what I had to do at the post office. Literally, buy stamps and come home. And my body was like, no. Not today, sugar. Have your spouse go on Saturday. So I literally came home sobbing. And Kip was like, baby, what happened? What's wrong? I'm like, I couldn't go in. And Kip was like, don't worry, I'll go Saturday for you. You're open until 1. Don't worry about it. Just tell your community that the PP packages might be delayed by a few days. That's all. Hi, Renee! The more I realize we have in common, neurospicy, chronically up. Baby, let's go! Do you want a handshake for our club? It could be like, you know, something like that. Something really nice like that. I don't know if we need these, so let me double check. Oh, why? Oh, I don't have access to it yet? I'm gonna keep everything if the community center has not opened for me yet. Let me go to bed first. Oh, that sucks. Damn. Oh, yay! I'm finally level 1 farming. Level 2 farming. Level 1 fishing. Yeah, Kip really is wonderful. When I am, yeah. Should definitely be included, right? You don't need the pike? You've memorized it? Okay, Han, help me out. What about, I think the sunfish I need. And I remember bream, but I don't know. I don't know if we already contributed or not to that. So maybe I'm just going to take I'm going to take a stroll over to the community center. Because I don't know. I just don't know. Sunfish and bream. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Thanks for being amazing. Oh, actually, hold on. We already have our silo constructed, so I'm going to just shove the hay inside. Shoving her back in. Okay, perfect. All right, I'm going to take the trek up there now. And remember, and they were roommates. That's right, the night fishing one. Okay. Ooh. Some grops. I think we're going to need those. No shoving. Just right back in. No? Too much? Right. You played for about 10 hours yesterday. Sick days can be okay sometimes. Sometimes, listen, the hyperfixation gets us through. I usually complain like, oh my God, I wish I could think about anything but whatever I'm hyperfixating on. But like when I'm in between hyperfixations, that's when shit goes wild for me. Hyperfixations help me move through life and plan around it. Because it's like, oh wow, I really want to play Stardew Valley tonight. So I'm going to create my day around the fact that I can dedicate an amount of time to playing Stardew Valley or reading this book that I really want to read, watching this TV show, whatever it is. And then when nothing is taking my interest and I can't schedule around it, which means that I don't care about a schedule and then I can't hold myself accountable. Does anybody else feel the same way? Yeah. You feel blah. You'll feel like depressed. You feel like, oh my God, it's the worst thing. It's literally the worst thing. Okay, so I can't contribute. I have to wait, assumedly now, until the wizard summons me, which is fabulous. So for the meantime, I will put them back in the box and we will just fish some more stuff up. Wait, it's Tuesday? Okay, I'm going to get the backpack upgrade at least. Is it okay if I go and get just the first level backpack upgrade for 2,000 simoleons?
Oh my God, yeah, don't even,
Okay.
you don't even have to ask.
All
Do
right,
whatever you
thank
have
you,
to
bestie.
do.
All right. I think
I'm
for us.
pretty much done organizing what we have so far.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to take a look and if there's like anything that feels like it's missing to you.
Sure. I'll come back. Oh, I also have 2 fish that I believe should go into the community center, but I have to wait for the wizard to contact me, so I can't put it in myself.
Oh, I can take a look.
Okay.
That's a good idea, though. We should have a community center chest or like...
I love that.
something like that. Do you want to have it maybe
Yeah,
by the exit? Let me grab one of our extra chests here.
sure. You feel the same? So many of you,
Yeah,
yes.
I don't know. Let me know if when you look at the storage system, does it make sense?
Rocks, mining,
Or is it like,
flowers.
Shella, what are you doing?
Okay, so that's food. That's gonna be harvestables. Okay, I mean forageables. That's the loot drops from the mines. That is... what is the broken sword one?
Oh, yeah. I think for that we can put like tools.
Oh,
Just
perfect.
in general, so I haven't moved
perfect.
those over yet. But
okay, cool.
for like weapons and stuff
That's
that we
stuff
end up getting in
that we
rings.
can eat, that we craft, that's trash. Okay.
That was my idea, at least.
I love that. I love everything about it.
Yay! Okay. Yeah, alright. I moved over all of our stuff into there now.
Oh.
And then, like, this fence post one is, like, construction items or things we place around the farm.
Wait, is it not
Furniture.
supposed to be in here?
And then, I don't know what this one can be yet. This is an empty one.
I'm sure we'll think of something.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, here, this is what I wanted to do. If you can come over here, I'm going to put the 3 fish into this chest.
All right, yeah, let me
And then
look.
if you want to hover over them and just see if we need them.
Okay, we need the bream and the sunfish. So
Yes! Chat thought so too. Thanks, chat!
Thanks, chat. I'll put those in our community center chest for whenever we head over there next. And let me check, because I think we also needed pomegranate, the peach, the cherry. Yeah, we need a lot of these things. So I'm going to go ahead and put those in the chest as well.
Okay, great. All right, I'm going to make my way over and get some money for us for fishing.
All right, sounds good.
The hyperfixation cooldown, it's so true. You also feel bad for your friends and have to be careful if your hyperfixation is something you would do with others like D&D. Yes. And I try and I'm similar in how I talk about it too, where I'm so happy that I can share a lot of my hyperfixations in chat and y'all don't get like mad at me for it. But I know sometimes that I talk about them too much and then my friends are like, yeah, okay, I don't care. All right, so I got the rod, but I already had a rod. He didn't give me another rod. Can I get some rods in the chat? Yeah, and then it sucks for them because they're still really hyped about it. You don't get hyperfixation? Hides the 5 sets of Lego flowers, Lego Moomin, Lego camera, Lego parrot since February 14th. That's like my crochet supplies. To be fair, I've been in way too much pain to even crochet right now, so I feel less bad about that one since I really need full movement of my hands. In the ocean too. Is that the red snapper? It is. Okay, so make sure not to sell this one. I will put that in. There's definitely got to be some spring fish that Shella and I missed, but hopefully... We didn't see the traveling merchant on Sunday because I don't have the alert. Oh my god, this is the worst. So she comes on Sundays and Wednesdays. When does she comes twice a week? Right? Sundays and Wednesdays? Or is it Friday and Sunday? Help me. For sharing your old rod in the chat. You know what?
Hey, Violet.
Yes?
Did we have golden cauliflower at any point? Do you remember? Or was that something we were like, oh, dang it, next year?
We said, oh, dang it, next year.
Okay, because, yeah, that's one of our quality crop bundles.
Because didn't we need 5 of them?
Yeah.
I think we needed 5 and we only got 3 or 4, right? We were super close, I had thought.
Yeah, I just don't see golden cauliflower anywhere, so...
Oh, okay.
Maybe we sold them. Unfortunate.
Boo. Well, if we get the greenhouse, we still might be able to make that happen.
Oh, it's for the greenhouse bundle.
Never mind.
Yeah. No, good thinking, but yeah, it's for the greenhouse
Good talk.
bundle. That's okay. Next
Friday
year.
and Sunday. Okay. Sundays and Fridays. Thanks, friends. Damn. That's what consensual DMs are for. Please. Lovely soggy newspaper. Friends hype up your fixations. It's a wonderful deep dive into something potentially new. It's very true. The crochet supplies don't count. I didn't go overboard with them. I really didn't. I have a few, I have 2 other Woobles kits that I didn't make. And then I have Kip's half-done scarf. And then I have 2 other balls of yarn. Which, like, as far as hyperfixation goes, is really not much. My fear is when I actually finally give in to bookbinding as a hyperfixation, because that's incredibly expensive, incredibly time-consuming.
Oh my god, wait. Chat is telling me we only need 3 out of 4 of those, so we still have a chance.
Oh
That's
my
why we
god!
weren't setting it.
So you're saying we've got a chance?
Yes.
Phenomenal.
We were like, oh, we don't need the cauliflower. That's why we have so many melons planted right now.
Oh my god,
remember.
this is perfect.
Okay, saved. Thank you, chat.
We've been saved.
I was like, man, we really just fumbled the ball that hard? I don't remember us being that bad.
That means we have to secure the 5 golden for each of the rest of the seasons, because we're going to have 2 in the fall, right? Pumpkins and something else.
Let me look. We have yams and corn, so we could technically start the corn this season.
Okay.
If we wanted to.
Oh, that's right. We're doing the remix bundles. I completely forgot. Oh my god,
I'm going to go ahead and
that.
turn in one of our foraging bundles.
Okay.
We have everything, so.
It can be, Dawn. You definitely need an area that's aired out when it comes to the gluing process. But, like, I could do that in my garage. I would definitely have enough available space in my garage. Papa Violet was a very handsy man, and he did a lot of working on our house, same with my grandfather, so we already have some, like, tables set up that are in the garage that I could just reutilize. So I would literally just have to, you know, maybe change out of my PJs and go outside and just open up the garage door, which would be cool. It really does, Scattered. It really does. For me, it's coming from like an arts and crafts type of perspective of taking, like, say, a novel that you really love. And you're like, hey, I want to make it my own. Hey, you see, like, our color scheme going on in here is very bright and colorful. Oh, well, this book that I really love is, like, black and red, and I want to bring new life to it. So I'm just going to completely redo some things and make it purple with silver foiled engravings of the title. I don't know. The options are limitless. Building or crafting or anything with your hands, really? Does it just not interest you, or does it interest you only for a short amount of time? I would sponsor your fixation in exchange for a fancy bound copy of Den of Vipers. Done. Done. Glass gouge at the Lego store, yeah? Unsteady hands, gotcha. Mine, I feel like, well, again, it depends if I'm going through my, like, a flare-up right now or not, which I am right now. Mine aren't too bad. I shake a little bit, but for me, it's if it's delicate work, I start to lose my patience, which is why I'll have swings of my hyperfixations with painting. And most recently, I didn't like using acrylic paint. I actually liked using watercolor paint more. I'm gonna leave. It's far too late for me to keep doing this. So y'all said I needed the red snapper. Do I need... Look at my super cucumber, everyone. Do I need my super cucumber, the flounder, or the red mullet? I might, because it's remixed, right? I'm gonna dump everything in there and have Shella check for me. Because I don't know how else to do it. Left-brained and mathematical? Okay. I am not a math gay. I have to ask chat to help add things in the channel. Silly! Thank you for 2 months! Welcome on back! Thank you, thank you, thank you, darling! Silly, make sure you fill out the PP form. It's April, our last plus push month. All new goodies. So fill her up so I can fill her out and get it out to you for a brand new sticker for the month. Oh, I need to be able to see more. rain is not helping, besties. I know we have a trash pile. I just don't know where it is. I think it's this one right here. That is not the trash. Trash! I found it, trash. Trash. I need to put the red snapper away, too. I'm gonna sell that. I don't know where the wood went. You gotta go to bed. Okay. How do you do that? You just gotta fill out the form through the link in chat. It says, get exclusive rewards here. That link will lead you to the form. Easy peasy. Woo! Level 2 fishing. Let's go. Oh! And there it is again for you in the chat. So it's the first link in that command. Thanks, Golden. Ooh, cross stitch. Real world pixel art. Yeah. I would love to do some cross stitch stuff. Manda got into that. You keep stealing our light. I saw that happen in real time.
It keeps happening. I don't know. I like try to watch the TV and the light's like, pick me. It's the luau tomorrow. I just realized we haven't been preparing for that.
Why can I not put this down? Does it have to be put on something? Oh god.
We could each bring a golden mayonnaise and I think we'll get a really high review.
Okay.
If that's something you want to do.
Sure.
Sounds good.
Our melons have grown. Can I get some melons in the chat? Oh, I guess they're not. Damn it. Our melons have almost grown. Where did we? Oh, the tools section. You're looking respectfully at our growing melons? Hi, Ryan. How are you doing? Did you come in here and start fighting Golden Dog? Golden is innocent. Yes, those are melons. Going back in the shadows. What happened to you? That's right. That's right. Willie remains victorious. You will not be taking my melons. I'm taking my own. Tomorrow, maybe, whenever they're fully grown. They started it. You started it. Wait, did Golden really start it? You started it. The lies you share in here. Don't you know? No bounds. I don't know, what is your soup? Mine is cream of pumpkin today. Creamy pumpkin. Beer soup. So, like, explain this to me. Is that just turning hops into soup? Or, like, is that just opening a can of Bud Light and pouring it into a bowl? Stone soup?
Should we buy something else to, grow? Or, actually,
Yeah.
I think we have some summer squash seeds. Maybe we should put
do
those
we?
in, like, this little section over here.
The part
'Cause
that's
we
already
do
been
need-
fertilized?
Yeah, we do need them for the summer crops, so. And I can't remember if we, like, planted them or not. I can never remember what past Shella and Violet did. It eludes
Yeah, I'll
me.
plant those, and I'll plant some of the mixies, because we can always sell those for money.
Okay, sounds like a plan. Our ancient fruit is almost ready.
Oh my god, I'm so excited. Y'all, are you excited? For our ancient seed? Can I get some seed in the chat? Maybe not. I kind of regret saying that. Don't put your seed in the chat. Thank you. Thank you. And then I need to figure out where... Oh, over here. Beef, chicken, mushroom, beer? What are y'all talking about? What kind of broth, though? Beef broth. I actually prefer veggie broth. Am I boring? That's a wild milestone. With the seed? Oh, your soup was broth. Good. You should ask us what kind of chaos. Well, what kind of chaos? Oh, I don't think that was rhetorical. Wait, You ask us what kind of chaos. Yeah. What kind? You cowards. Good talk. Let's go, Silver. I'm proud of you. How was the lore? How we doing? Egg. No, no, don't eat the large egg. Just in case the babies are still hungry. I'm gonna ask Shella if she can download my UI mod and also if we can get the auto gates because that has just been killing me lately. Golden, thank you so much. The kind I cultivate. Me? Every time I say no, please don't, you never listen to me. You've done this to yourselves. I will not be victim blamed in my own chat. Oh, you were speculating what type of broth. Okay, okay. Hi, Riley. Oh, sweetheart, I'm thinking about you. Me too. Not super in pain today. I'm getting better, but still not 100%. Thinking of you, honey. Thanks for being here. Okay, I'm leaving. Do we think... Actually, hold on. I don't know if I need to... Okay. I don't know how it works because of where I am in the game. I'm going to try and attempt to go to the community center and maybe Lewis will prompt something. And if not, I'm going to go and visit the magician today. Because I want to be able to get this donezo. Shut up, Harvey. Hi, Demetrius. Who are you dating in this save again? You gave up Sophia, right?
Yeah, I'm going for Harvey.
Perfect. I'm dumping Claire.
Oh. Wow. Okay. Who are you gonna go for?
Sophia.
Okay. Yeah, you can have Sophia.
She did my taxes wrong, and like I just don't want to deal with that.
Oh, I hate that for you.
I know. I know. I'll send her an email.
A strongly worded email.
The magician. Y'all approve of that, right? I'm gonna be dating Sophia, who we haven't met yet, technically. But I can still show her to you. Where is she? So she is in Stardew Valley Expanded. She's the one that runs the vineyard. This is Sophia, our pink-haired bestie. She's so cute. She loves fun and games, and hopefully me. Hi, Musa. Good to see you. Not Clint? No! Why would I romance Clint? But also, I don't... Where am I right now? Where is the... I don't remember where her farm is. The vineyard. Is it over here? I don't know how to navigate this. Blue Moon Vineyard. Oh, it's down. It's down. Okay. I'm getting there. I think I could have taken that, but I think this is also going to lead me this way as well. Yeah, I just got to go down. That's Fairhaven Farm. That's not what we want. Oh, yeah. I could have done that way. Because now I think I have to go this way to go to the vineyard. I tried. Dropping Clint fast. Ain't that the truth? Okay, it's
Don't forget
here, but
to
she may not be
grab
here.
the starfruit seed from Gunther. We can plant those right now. And they'll be ready by the end of summer.
Oh, perfect. Okay, I'll head on over there. Yeah, you're right. That would have been so much faster if I did that. I went the long way around. Really, Riley? I love Sophia. She's so cute. Clint! Fuck out of my way. Hello? Okay, I am literally collecting all of this stuff. Okay. I have another ancient seed for us.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's really impressive of us.
Look how good we are.
Yeah. Way to go, us. Should we just keep that one since we have 2 planted right now?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, so we can just like wait to plant that when we get the greenhouse or something.
Okay. Perfect. I have more melons too, so I'll plant those with the starfruit seeds.
Okay, sounds good.
12 days to mature. Oh,
I'm
yeah,
on
we're
my way
fine.
back with the
And
starfruit
13.
seed.
Okay. You gave Clint some seaweed and he told me it made him depressed.
Did you take care of the chickens today, by the way?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
How did it make him depressed? Why is he the way that he is? I hate so much about who he chooses to be as a person. Am I the only one? Oh, Shella found a lost book. Does Shella like coffee? IRL? Kind of? I see her drinking it on stream. But only if Tony brings it for her. As far as I know. Hi, Vanguard! Doesn't he know it's the thought that counts? Yeah. You know what my favorite thing is? Say you bring, like, a forageable to a character in Stardew Valley. Some people, like Haley, are like, oh my god, thank you. And other people are like, I will set your entire farm ablaze because you brought me a dandelion. Go fuck yourself. And here's Clint getting depressed over seaweed. Isn't Haley also the one that she asks for a special request for a cucumber? And she's like, you know what it's for, ladies, am I right? And we're all like, what? A sea cucumber, to be specific. Like, isn't that a thing? Or am I just making that up? Out of season. Oh, doing the wrong one. Yeah, she is the one, right? Are we okay? Why do I keep doing that? Oh. You gotta have some other seeds. I'm putting that in there. Mixed flower seeds? Mixed seeds. Unmilled rice. A mossy seed. Man, might as well plant these. They're already here.
Are you cool if I put speed grow on the what are these? Starfruit?
Which one is the star fruit? I think this first one is.
I think these two are.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Yeah.
Sick.
I don't remember where I put the
I
star
also
fruit.
have 30 summer seeds, but I figure we should maybe like not plant those right now because we have so much. Or we'll just be watering for decades.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, I got those because I completed this
Oh,
summer
I see them. Okay.
foraging bundle.
Oh, I thought you said the mixed seeds, and I was like, oh no, I just planted those.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, these are the ones that are like
Ooh.
the foraging items. But I think if we plant those right now, we're gonna be a little overwhelmed
Yeah.
with watering because we don't have any sprinklers yet.
Too much. Now, where is the mud gonna go? There you are. Okay, perfect. I need to grab my watering can. It's so late. Shella was right. What was Shella right about?
Okay, so for the
Explain.
luau tomorrow,
I love seaweed crisps.
we have golden mayonnaise in this food chest here, so
Oh,
we can each
perfect.
just bring one.
Okay. I'm gonna grab one ahead of time because I know I'll forget.
Yeah, that's smart. I'll grab one too.
I was gonna ask Shella if she could come over here because I was like, oh my god, I can't see. Yay! It's getting late. You're late. Honestly, I should also make, should make another scarecrow. What do I need to make a scarecrow? Coal, wood, and fiber. Wood, fiber. I need coal. I don't know how much coal, so I'm just gonna do that. I will be in 1 moment. I'm just making another scarecrow.
No rush.
Oh, the starfruit seeds, Shella was right? Okay. Why did I think I put it first? I also only thought I had one. Alex was also bragging about how he's so good at football and he doesn't need to practice, so I'm going to crush his hopes and dreams instead and doom him to a life of farming. Good for you, Star. Good for you. Hi, honey! Haley called me a dirty girl again. Yo, seaweed crisps are so good. They're so good. Oh, our melons aren't ready today. Y'all, I'm sick of being teased about our melons. What if we put an egg in the soup? Wouldn't that be funny? Like, I'm not going to, but wouldn't it be funny? You know? Can't wait until we get our upgrades. Thanks for the mod love, Vanguard. Can we get some exclamation point mod love in the chat? Funny as Mayor Lewis's shorts. It's true. I'm kind of sad that we don't have them for the soup, but at the same time, I might be able to use them for my own grange. Unless, actually, how does that work? Because I don't know if I've ever gotten there on a co-op farm. Do you each have your own grange for the display or no? Thanks, Golden. Hi, Scottish. I'm here. I got some great news. Yay! Oh my God. Okay, perfect. So then your February and March packages are not going to have any problems, theoretically. Jesus Christ. When did I send that out? So, a month? When did you redeem that? So I think we're looking at 3 to 4 weeks, hun. I think that is true. I think my earlier assessment of, like, the UK baddies getting it in 2 to 3 weeks was far too generous. God damn! That explains where mine might have gone. Yeah. Well, as I said before, too, like, if by the end of this month you're missing stuff from March, we'll resend. It won't be a problem. But there's definitely a much longer delay than I was even anticipating. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better, at least on my end. I'm like, did I do something wrong? And I didn't, but that also still sucks. Are we ready to poison the soup? I mean,
oh,
make
whoa.
the soup better?
Speak for yourself.
I will. You two are in the Scottish. Gotcha. I'm so excited. The itty bitty committee. I saw you double back at that.
Don't stop and turn around. Oh my God. The Stardew Valley cannon. Always shake every trash can ever.
Yeah.
Alright, where's Harvey?
This palm stuff. Should I ask Shell if she wants a pole? A totem pole? What up, Gov? There's gonna be even more people. I wonder if this will actually finally register me meeting everybody from here. Governor, who cares? I'm with ya. Who the heck cares? Oh, there's my girl, there's my woman. It's gonna be super tasty with the mayo in the soup. Sophia, don't you worry. What up, Clint? Oh, did I already speak with her? No. Hey, Susan. Is there anybody else that's out on the dock? I think there is. Come here, Abigail. Oh, shit, the wizard. $80 to get both plushies sent to you? Just shipping? Damn. I didn't know it was either. That's what I used to use was the cauliflower, or that's been my go-to, but I didn't know about the mayo. Because I feel like that's more accessible than potentially the cauliflower could be, or like you don't have to work as hard as long as you are just patting and just like maintaining your chicken's diet. That's all you have to do. Shella's sitting on the bench. This is really funny to me. Okay. And then Pam. Okay. And then Marnie. Okay. We're done. Woo! That was tough work.
Oh, hey.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
Hey.
You ready for the luau to start?
Let's do it.
All right, I hope they like our mayonnaise.
Double the mayonnaise.
Double mayo. Let's start. You're lucky we didn't get our hands on your Grundies, Mayor Lewis. Ours
Yeah.
would've been over.
Double the undies would have been.
That would have been rough.
94 USD. That's insane. And that's just in addition to. We didn't put any underpants in there. Don't worry, Lewis. You're safe for now, but your Grange isn't. I've been looking forward to this all year. That's kind of pathetic, but whatever floats your boat. Sir, do we love it? Oh. Woohoo! We did it!
Good soup.
Good soup.
Unforgettable, even.
Gold mayo gets you the achievement. Gold mayo gets you the achievement. You don't necessarily have to do gold cauliflower. I found out something new today. Wonderful job, everyone. The soup was out of this world. Closer to 94. Damn. It's so much easier to use. Especially if you're behind on money or behind on fertilizer, behind on everything. Oh, I went back to my house. Oh my God. I have so much mail because I haven't been checking it. Oh shit. I did get the thing from the wizard. Well, okay, so I have to go and see the wizard tomorrow. I also have 5 more melon seeds. I can still plant them now, right? Good news, I have 5 more melon seeds that I found in my mail.
Oh, yay!
I can only plant 3, though. But we
why's
have
that?
them. We ran out of aesthetic room unless you want me to plant them someplace else. I'm gonna just plant them up here for now?
Yeah,
Or on the side?
It is what it is.
Okay.
We don't need to be aesthetic this early in the game. How many more do you have?
Just
2?
those 2.
Okay.
Oh, thank you for watering.
Yeah, I'm gonna go water chat as well. I forgot to give them water.
Chat, you're so dehydrated.
Sorry, chat. Don't forget to save and hydrate.
Exclamation point check-in. Chat, are you dehydrated both in the game and out of the game? Let us know. I have to pee so bad. Shell's gonna kill me. Check in. They did. They got a huge nerf. You're not gonna get as many anymore. Hate that. A pet chat for us. Do it. Drink water, not coffee. Don't be like me.
Violet,
Yes.
I'm going to the mines today.
Okay. Do you yearn?
I yearn.
Okay. I am going to take a quick pee break and also take Charlotte out so I can feed her.
Sounds good.
Okay. Y'all, I'm going to...
Level up.
Yay!
Level up. Level up.
I'm going to stand in the middle and hydrate myself in the rain. While I'm gone, say hi to Shella. Tell her to make good choices in the mines. I really have to go mining still, too, because what was the other thing that we got? So I changed my hair and outfit. We flirted with Clint in front of Shella. And I still have to sell something that should have otherwise gone to the museum. So we really do have to go to the mines. Is that the only thing? Is that what I'm missing? Is that it? Remind me what I'm missing. And have any of your Stardew Valley predictions come true today? Has anything catastrophic happened? Let me know. Hello, gamers. I have returned. What are y'all talking about in chat? I don't even remember what I said for my BRP question. Thanks for the follows, by the way, if you're coming on in. Nice to have you with us. We are farming with Shella today. We're in the middle of summer, year 1. Oh, what do we got? We got so many chronic illness baddies in here. Let's go. Hello, chronic illness baddie. Yeah. I don't know how we found each other because this is still very new for me. But yeah, we got a lot of folks with pots in here, yeah. And I don't want to speak for others, but there's others within the community that also have pots. So just know that you are loved, you are valued, and I'm so happy that we could create this space together, babies. Yes! Like, I don't wish this upon anybody, let me be clear, but I'm so happy that we can, like, commiserate together, and especially when doctors do not believe you for your pain or your issues, you have to go see multiple specialists. And yeah, I just know, like, a lot of folks don't understand, and I definitely fall under the camp of, like, an invisible chronic illness a lot of the time. So solidarity, my sweet friends. I am thinking of you, and we are doing what we can together. Neurodivergence attract. They really do. They really do. Where should I put this mayo? I think I'm just gonna end up carrying it with me because I think Shella's just been drinking it. Oh my god, the whole day has gone away from us. I'm gonna fish for the rest of the day. That seems safe. We all end up congregating, right? Robert, how are you doing? Games, thank you. You want your free drinks today? We do, we all end up congregating. Yeah, yeah. You too drink mayo. How do you like to take your egg smoothie? Smooth or crunchy? You like a little bit of eggshell in there? Oh, shoot. I didn't see the wizard. Y'all, you gotta remind me. I have to do that tomorrow. I need to be able to access our community centaur. What is down here? Ooh. Will this give me anything special? Or should I not bother fishing from this area? I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm already over here. We love you, Em. Have a good day at work. Make good choices. A scooter is going to be your first time using a mobility aid and you're having some feelings about it. That's how I felt when I got out of the hospital and I had to use a cane. It's hard. Listen, I didn't even want to use my compression gloves at PAX until Jamie was like, oh my god, use them, you're in pain. They look super cute. Nobody is going to think otherwise. Like, nobody is going to be like, oh my god, look at her wearing her gloves. It's hard. It is so hard. I get it. I get it. Who felt that mayo should be crunchy? I don't know how I feel about that. That makes me uncomfortable. I don't like crunchy orange juice. I don't like the pulp in there. If something is supposed to be liquid, it's got to be liquid all the way. When we were making smoothies consecutively, we were using smooth almond butter. We were using vanilla Greek yogurt. We were using melons, strawberries, and blueberries. And I had to have us take out... No, melons and raspberries. And I had to have Kip take out the raspberries because the seeds were irritating me. Like, the texture of them in the smoothie. To be clear, not like my stomach. But I was like, oh, I don't like this anymore. Where can I get them? Centaur World? What is this? What the hell is dulse seaweed? I already have to leave. I'm gonna just sell all this stuff from today. Don't tell Shella. You will forever now call pulp orange juice just crunchy. That's fantastic. Thank you. My sleep-deprived brain knows everything. Blueberry, strawberry, raspberry, blackberry, plain yogurt, oat milk, and sugar. Very nice. Oh, so you add a little bit of sugar in? I miss having bananas in mine, but I'm allergic to bananas now, but not in the way
Violet,
that
are you back?
Oh my god, yes. Oh my god, I completely forgot to say hi. I've just been fishing this whole time.
You're fine. Are you okay if I buy a silver saber?
What is
It's
that?
750 gold.
I say yes, but what is it?
It's a sword. I can't do it no more with a
Oh,
rusty sword.
absolutely.
I was
Absolutely.
fighting for my life today.
Go ahead, go wild.
Thank you, I bought it.
I'll keep our finances rolling in with some more fishing.
Very good. I got to floor 50 today, so
Oh my
there
god,
are
nice.
combat boots on that floor for you waiting.
Awesome. I'll go there tomorrow after I visit the wizard, so I'll have access to the community center now.
Oh, good. He finally reached out to you.
Finally. Snail
Gosh.
mail.
Yeah, for real.
What's the time for me right now? It is, I don't know, 4:33 p.m. for me right now in Boston. In Boston. It's plain yogurt. Oh, with the tart berries. I didn't read that. Okay. Yeah, it's just interrupting the flow of the yogurt, Dawn. What was I saying about the bananas? So the bananas, I have oral allergy syndrome, which if you don't know, is an allergy, which I thought was to pesticides, but is actually a honey
It
or a
looks like
pollen
wait.
allergy. What happened?
Nothing. I'm going
Okay.
to bed. I'm
Okay.
about to pass out.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. Run!
Run.
Oh, you made it. Oh, my God.
I did it. I got to level 4 farming.
Yay! Got a decent amount of coin. Which
I do,
bananas are
have
not
something for
part
you.
of, technically, but they're too heavy on my stomach now, and I've tried everything. I've tried them in smoothies. I've tried eating just half a plain
Violet?
banana. Yes.
Would you make me the happiest roommate alive?
Yes. Oh!
I found a regular magnet ring for you.
Oh my god, thanks!
You're so welcome. Okay, tomorrow it's gonna be clear.
This was so shocking.
I just, your old ring wasn't cutting it. You deserve better.
Our melons are ready.
Oh, wow. That's a sentence.
So yeah, I've tried everything having to do with bananas, and they just don't sit well with me. I get an upset stomach every single time. So I've given up on eating bananas as a whole, which sucks because they're a really good source of potassium. Okay, I have no mail. Multiplayer weddings are actually scheduled with a wedding ring that you use a prismatic shard to make. Oh, okay. Where do you can buy it, right? You can buy the blueprints from the traveling merchant, right? Oh my god, we missed the merchant again. I've had it up to here. Good news. We've got 5 golden melons. Is that what we needed?
Oh, yeah, that's what we needed.
Amazing.
You got 5?
We got 5.
Oh, shell, yeah. We got this.
Perfection.
Can you, I mean, there's a community chest bundle if you want to just take all
I
of
threw
that
them.
stuff
I threw
over
them
there.
in there, and I'm gonna throw the other melons in the other chest for right now.
Okay. I'm gonna go open some geodes with Clint.
Okay.
And then, is it 2,000 gold to upgrade a copper tool?
It's 5 copper bars and 2,000 gold, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, do we want to upgrade like one of our tools?
Yeah, whatever one you want.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go to the mines again today, so I'll probably just grab one of the axes. Or
Okay.
we could, since there's 2 of us, we could upgrade a pickaxe. If
Okay.
we wanted to as well.
Sure.
Like if you... I'll go take the one that's in the chest over there.
Okay. Sounds
Yay!
good to me. Yay! We're doing it.
We're doing it!
Chat, are you so proud of us? We're doing so well. Megan, hello! How are you doing? You love bananas? Your wife won't eat them? Yeah. It's okay. I was never like a huge fan of them. I don't feel like my life has no meaning now that I don't have bananas, but I miss them. I also miss raw apples with peanut butter. Oh my god. That slaps. An extremely high source of sugar for our diabetics. Oh, really? All right, I'm just going to skip this scene. I just wanted to visit him and then leave. Thank you. Still, who is the one person I haven't met yet? I'm not even going to focus on that today. We have bigger fish to fry. While I am over here, let me actually head back to the farm. I'm going to grab the stuff for the community center. Drop by the community center, then we'll go to the mines. And I can just hit floor 50 and keep going because that should be just the only prize for us. Hey there, honeybee. It's me, Dolly P. Oh my God, we got Dolly Parton in our chat. Cupcake, how are you doing today, sweetheart? It's great to see you. Before you came in, we just harvested all of our melons. And if you're Dolly P, you're gonna love melons, baby. I hope you're having the best, most perfect southern day. I took them all. Bananas get your blood sugar spiking. Wow, I had no idea. Is it the most sugariest of, like, fruits? Look at Back Madness. You do know a thing or two about melons, baby. You tell chat. Actually, you don't tell chat. Thank you. Yeah, get your rolls in today, if you have not already. For reasons and things. I don't think I need to go to this section, but I'm gonna put it there anyway. The foraging? Foraging. Oh, we do. Is there anything else over here? No. No. Nuts. What did you get? Nut soup? You did. Can everybody in the chat put in some ground nut soup? I already regret saying this to you all. I want you to know this. What is a tomato? Where'd this tomato go? Fish farmer. Fall crops. Is it under the summer crops? Oh, it is. Good thing I kept the other melon. And the artisan bundle. Okay. And then we already got that one. Okay. Golden, please. Lettuce, watermelon. Okay. Pineapple, too? Wow. Your favorite type of melon? I'm partial to two best in show honeydew. You know what? We've had a great stream today. We made it almost 3 hours. I think that's as long as we're going to go for. Is lettuce a melon? I like watermelon. I'm a fan of the watermelon. Then we need the night fishing bundle, right? Yeah. And then the red snapper is going to be for what? The ocean. Oh, God. Did we miss these, though, from the springtime? We might be fucked. At least in terms of finishing the community center year 1. But I guess we'll figure it out when it gets there. Foragers bundle? We need a pomegranate for that. Winter Star bundle? Spirits Eve bundle? Oh, and that's gold. Y'all can shove it with that one. We love you, Willie. Have a good day. Is mushmelon real? My mom would call a melon that. A mushmelon? I've never heard of that. What is it? Like a mushed melon? Treasure Hunters bundle, blacksmith bundle. Okay, I don't know why I brought this pomegranate over. Is it just because we need 15 of them? Can I put one down or do I need to have 15 on me? Okay, well, I found out that question. I need to have the 15 of them. Damn. Okay, let's go to the mines where I yearn. You like most melons? I like cantaloupe. I don't like, what is the green kind? Is that honeydew? Or is honeydew cantaloupe? The green kind, I swear to God, every time I buy it, it just like, it's so hard. The cantaloupe is so sweet and easy to eat. Honeydew's the green. I don't like honeydew. At least in pre-packaged, like, fruit bowls, I don't like honeydew. Am I okay? What button was I holding? Yeah, cantaloupe is the orange one. You don't like melon. Okay. I got another sword. Man, how many are you gonna give me? 50. Did I already go to 40, though? Don't really want to use that, but I'm glad it's here. 50. Oh, I got booties! These boots are made for walking. I'm gonna have to fix the color of my boots, which I will do at some point. I don't have my pick with me. I'm gonna go home and lick my wounds, but before I do so, I'm going to sell some things to Marlin. Okay, so I don't like my dirk. 3 to 8 damage or 2 to 4. I'm gonna sell this and this. I'm gonna keep my lower level sword for now. Silver saber, wooden blade, 3 to 7. Did I just upgrade it? I guess I'll wait. You have the dentist on Friday? No! I have to go see the dentist this year again. But I keep forgetting. I need to make an appointment. They're gonna judge me for never drinking water and only Rubicon sparkling mango juice. I'm sure they won't. Or at least they won't know that particular flavor of your sparkling water. I just hate how every time you go, they have to reintroduce how to floss to you. You know, the thing that you've been doing for, I don't know, forever. They're like, here's how you properly floss. And you're like, yeah, I'm going to be so good. I'm going to floss so hard. And then they're like, so have you been flossing? You're like, yeah. You're like, well, you've clearly been doing it wrong. You mean the way you showed me last time was not the way? Correct. Well, shit. Whoopsies. Yeah, for my aunt and uncle, they are terrified of the dentist. So if that's a reason for you, I don't blame you. And solidarity, because it is not a comfortable experience for me. The longest that I went was during the pandemic. I went, I think, close to 5 years without going. And it was wild because I was like, oh my God, I bet I'm going to have like 17 cavities. We're going to have to get all this work done. I had 1 cavity. They were like, wow, for not being here for that long, like, you took really good care of your teeth. We were really impressed. So that made me feel marginally better. Oh, God, yeah. Because dentist prices, I don't know if y'all know this. Where is my pick? Y'all know where my pick went? Is it in here this whole time? Oh, no. How do I get a new pick? I'm gonna check all of these. Is Shella upgrading it? I thought she was upgrading the axe. Oh my God, thank you. So I can't go to the mines even if I wanted to. I cannot yearn. Okay, that's fine. Forget about yearning. Forget about yearning. We're here. Thanks, besties. Okay, I need to take the plum because we have to put that in the community center. Salmon berries. You need anything else from here? Crystal fruit. Okay. Wow, Deloria, that's incredible. And the whole thing is free? Like, what if they find cavities or stuff? All you can do is yearn. Your heart will not be satiated for 2 business days. It's like Clint knows and is going to make my life miserable. And the treatment too. That's amazing. Oh my God. That's so dope. Hypersensitive. Oh, wow. Yeah. Painful. You have 6 appointments on the books between now and July. Damn. 200 per dentist visit because you're diabetic. Oh my God. We have dental insurance now, but it's not as good as what my parents used to have me under. Thanks, y'all. Thanks for telling me that Clint has it. Thanks, Vale. 5 cavities. 10 years. That's not bad. Scottish. I almost called you twat. That's not bad, twat. Oh, definitely. I had a lot of severe damage to my teeth when I was going through my I don't know what's going on with my body thing before I went into the hospital where I was throwing up 6 to 8 times a day for 3 months. And I said that to my dentist. I was really concerned. I'm like, hey, was anything eroded? They're like, lucky for you, it wasn't. But we did see like some enamel start to degrade, which if I smile, you can see the areas. Like if I really like show you my teeth, it's like the tops of my teeth. But thankfully, for speaking and smiling, like I
have to use the bathroom. Do you want me to play the next day, or do you want to stay on the loading screen?
We can stay on the loading screen. You take your time.
Okay,
Have
I'll be right back.
a lovely movement.
Thank you.
Y'all, Shell is gone. You should be not feral. Go piss, girl. I don't have to go. I just went. What time is it? I mean, I could probably like run to the potty really fast. We won't do a proper BRB screen. Will you behave for like 2 minutes maybe? And I'll wash my hands. Cupcake, why don't you ask chat a question? This is our BRP question, okay? All right, BRP. Hey, also, thank you for watering your favorite streamer this week. Because, news update, these 2 knuckles are back to normal size. So now, these 2 knuckles here, and you can still see that she's angry. I got 3 knuckles to go. Let's go, baby! Let's go, piss girl! Can I get some hey pisters in the chat? Thank you. The what now? Oh yeah, the diet cock. Okay, so Lizzie earlier, many years ago, was in the channel, and instead of typing in the chat Diet Coke, put in Diet Cock. No, not a Freudian slip. Well, I mean, I don't know. Lizzie, can you confirm or deny these accusations presented before you? Oh, intrusive thoughts today. Paper cuts, Diet Cock. What's mine? I don't know if I have one. Actually, eating 3 bowls of cereal post-stream, which would not be great for my swelling. So I'ma just do 1. Eating a Red Bull can, just full on the can, not even like downing it, but you're like, argh, as if you're gnawing on the bars of your enclosure. It's true, Lizzie. Good times. There's a vine? Crafty, how are you? They're fixing it for you? Hi, Christine! Oh my god, does Shella have a BRP emote too? What is hers called? Potty. Maybe I should rename mine Potty. Because I don't think people understand it's in regards to a BRP for a BRP break. Telling my boss I have to go to the bank for a deposit, but just going home instead. That's your intrusive thought? Because I think you should make that be your reality. Oh, hey, also, while we're on the topic, not to switch the topic. I'm gonna finish this book tonight, and then I'm gonna start a book club read early.
Sorry, are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Okay,
take your time, by the way.
Thank you for waiting.
Oh my god, you're fine. We were just chatting.
Okay, good. I feel bad.
Oh, you're fine, sweetheart.
Thank you.
It's called Feathers So Vicious by Liv Xander. Remind me to tell you more about it tomorrow. Kindle Unlimited. I'm coming over here really quickly. Feathers So Vicious by Liv Xander. My dark romantasy babes want to put this on your list. It's so good. I think this might be another 4 or 5 star for me for this year. Also, it's not that long. It's about 400 pages. Combat Monkey! Thank you for 51 months. Are you pooping in my pants? Combat Monkey, thank you so much. I really stinking appreciate it. I know you're shy, but you know I always offer this to you. If you would like to receive a package from me, you know where to fill it out. Thank you for the long time sub love and support. I hope you are having the most phenomenal day, my friend. Is this music like a little loud for y'all right now? I'm gonna turn it down by 1. You were the best reindeer. I said what I said. And I meant what I meant. There it is. Thank you, Moonwitch. Did anybody in here read that? Like, have you read it prior? We still have 1 Kindle giveaway to go. We still have 1. This month is from me. When we hit the 300 PP. And I get the 70-30 split from Twitch. And they'll stop being a money-grubbing bitch. Yay! Hannah, hi! Aw, thank you, honey! No worries at all. I totally get it. And I know for some folks it's gonna be too overstimulating, but thanks for saying hi. It's great to see you. I hope you're having a good day, sweetheart. Thanks for coming on over, and thanks for enjoying the show. You make sure Shella does what I tell her to do. You're preparing for the solar eclipse. Your stress levels are through the roof. Oh no, why? What's happening? Tell me more. Are you in the area that is gonna be, like, very visible? We are in Boston, it's at like 97% visibility, but so far it's gonna be cloudy that day, so we may not be able to watch it on Monday. Paris, thanks for the 100 biddies! Thank you! Maximum PP. My movie star name. Oh no. Oh no, the cloud. I don't remember where I have to water. Okay, here. Oh wow, that was so difficult. You're in the path, yeah. We are too. Is your stress high because you're gonna be getting like a lot of visitors? Or are you just worried about the eclipse in general? I know the eclipse is not for everybody. Like some folks don't love that type of stuff. Maximum power for the PP. Who's coming on in with the hype train right now? Satanoir! Thank you so much for your resub with Prime! Thank you, darling! Make sure to fill out the PP form. It's all new goodies for April. Thank you for being so sweet. Y'all, we are 8 subs away from another wheel spin and the potential of gifting Shella trash or destroying a crop. Please don't make me spin the wheel again. I beg of you. I yearn for you to listen to me this one time. If I upset Shella one more time, she's gonna throw me in the river.
I got a request from Pam today for pale ale. Do you mind if we buy some hops?
Oh my god, let's do it.
Okay, I'm gonna go buy some hops.
Okay,
Maybe like 3.
I will supplement our income with fishing right now.
Okay, yeah, I was actually gonna do some fishing today too. So
Oh, beautiful.
So we can do fishing together,
Yay.
apart, alone, together.
Alone, together if you want. Like I don't know.
I mean, like if
you
you
want
just wanted
to
to hang out, like if you know.
Yeah, I'll meet you by the dock.
Okay, it can be our dock.
Oh.
Oh shoot, never mind. I just got a quest from the wizard. Bye. I'm gonna go kill some dust sprites.
Fine. I didn't want to fish with you anyway.
Sorry.
Take your rod with you.
Okay.
What is this one? Oh my god, it's with the dog. Oh my god, I see Shella running over. So I found out today in multiplayer that you can actually intrude upon cutscenes.
Oh yeah. Wait, was I intruding on one of your cutscenes?
Yeah, I just see you hauling knees to chest running through my cutscene.
I'm so sorry.
That was so
Was
funny.
it a romantic one?
It's just about the dog Dusty, but it was hilarious just to see you like zooming in.
Oh.
I love
Sorry
Dusty.
about that.
I'm pretty sure we don't know how to behave. You don't.
I'm the main character.
You really are.
No.
I meant to ask chat, have any of you played the new patch Had the Green Rain yet? I got it once in my off-screen solo save. Oh, I haven't met you yet, right? Oh, maybe I did? Fuck, I already met you. But we haven't gone in this one, and I don't think we got it in the solo save that I've been streaming. Did I meet Haley yet? I should just see who I need. You got it once? It turns the whole map green, right? Oh my god, look at all these shells. Shell, yeah. I've got new ideas to sleep on. Good. I've got things to sell, people to do. I mean, things to do. Actually, I do want to be the town bicycle. But in this run, I have one woman only, who is Sophia. So I have one person to do, things to sell. Okay. Hi, Field Snack! How are you doing? What is the behave you speak of? Stop being nice to me! You could be nice to each other, but you are not allowed to be nice to me. It is foreboding in here. I think it's so cool that it was added, but it also looks like Mountain Dew. Yeah, I don't love it. I don't love the color changing abilities for it. It's not Poggy Woggers, as they say. Golden, thank you. You're in summer, year 2, and you can confirm that it happens again, though on a different day. Oh, okay. Glad to hear you're not selling people. No. If I was, it would be Mayor Lewis, and I would be selling him to the ocean with cinder block shoes. Is that too far? Or is it not far enough? What a time to tune in. Town bicycle, huh? Yeah, and apparently I'm now murdering Mayor Lewis. He really is a smarmy bitch, though. You've misplaced your headphones. No! Green rain turns the entire map green, creates moss on trees, and most importantly, it forces people to leave their shops, so be careful about Pierre and Clint. Oh, I hate that. Why does it force them to leave their shops, though? So all the shops are closed for the day? Are people like, oh my god, the green rain, we should probably go look at it? Do you mind, sir? Do you mind? I'm right here. He just whipped out his rod behind me! Sir! Why his hand move like that? This is literally worse than what Mac did to me. The shops are actually open, but they'll all be in Gus's saloon. I hate that. He heard I was the town bicycle. Not for him! How Harvest Moon was? Oh, so it must be like a nod to that then. Yeah, Marnie works for a total of like 4 minutes a week. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck to us all. Oh, I need to change my bobber, but can I change my bobber without Willie being in there? I'm gonna go and see that. Because my bobber is so boring. Oh, fuck you, Willard. I'm gonna start calling him William when I'm disappointed in him. William, I'm really disappointed for you whipping out your rod behind me and then locking your shop so I can't have a different colored bobber. Bobble? Bobber. A fishing bobber. It's literally all of them panicking and being afraid of it because of the green rain. Unbelievable. Halibut. Oh, I got some coal for that too. Golden, thank you. Are they wireless, Scottish? They're not like Apple headphones, right? Where you can try and use the locator. Just trying to see if we could help. Where did Shella say she was going today? She was doing something and ignoring me. I want Shella's attention. Maybe if I make enough money, I can go visit the Hat Mouse and buy Shella a new hat. Then she will want to be near me more. Oh, that's right, the Mines quest. So, she took mine, my pick, to be upgraded. Did she do one of her tools? And will it be ready tomorrow? I'm completely lost without my UI info suite. I love having everything here for me. I don't have to think. And now I have to think and my brain's going, no, no, no. Sweetheart, that's way too hard. You need to stop. That's right, the dust sprites. Those damn dust sprites. They lasted about a year. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, off Temu. Yeah, yeah. I've never ordered from Temu. I feel like it's hit or miss with a lot of their items. Same thing with Shein. And also, please read the description because I bought... It serves me right for ordering from Shein, but I bought what I thought was going to be this really beautiful Christmas fake plant. It had a ribbon on it, it had a reindeer in it, it had some decorations on it, and I thought it was going to be big enough, like 3 to 5 feet, for me to put outside of our door. Okay, you following me? When I received it, I'm like, I clearly didn't read the dimensions because it was this big. It was made for Barbie, not for me. And serves me right for being like, oh wow, what a steal for $7. And this is not the first time that this has happened to me. I don't read dimensions. When Kip and I first moved in together, I wanted to get a second nightstand for us, so I went on Amazon, who's really good about these things. And I bought 2 nightstands for us, not understanding that I actually bought American Girl doll furniture. Yeah, it was literally like this big. So Kip put it together, and both of us were howling laughing to the point where tears were streaming out of our eyes. And Kip was like, why the hell did you buy this? Like, we can't even use this. It was like this big. Kip goes, I can't even put a singular sock in there. I don't know how we can repurpose this. The capybara plush. I thought it was going to be about standard plush size. No, it's like Beanie Babies. This big. That's too good. A second nightstand? The one nightstand must have been really good, huh? Get out. We did until we moved. We did until we moved. Kip is just so thoughtful when it comes to this stuff.
I'm sorry in advance.
What did you do?
You will not be seeing me tonight.
Oh, you gonna pass out?
It's an
inevitable.
unfortunate Yeah, I'm still gonna pass out. At least I made it to floor 60.
Oh, good.
And I found a shank.
Oh, good. Listen,
so sorry.
As we progress, do you know about a certain new thing in the game where you don't have to worry about passing out?
What?
I guess I don't know if I want to spoil it or not, because it's kind of like a spoiler.
You mean like you can be in the house?
No, you could sleep anywhere, but it's a one-time use
Oh,
thing.
the tent.
Oh, also I passed out too, so don't worry about it.
Okay. This is really embarrassing. Oh no, I'm getting raided. Don't look.
Welcome, Raiders! Look
No.
away!
I'm so embarrassed.
I wonder if we will make it back. That answer was no. A big old goose egg. I've lost track. Do you know how many times we passed out together? I think 3 or 4 times now. I should make a counter. Like how we had a death counter in Minecraft. We should make a pass out counter. But like a Z next to it instead of like a skull. We did keep them, and I think I put them in the kitchen, and they ended up being our spice rack. I don't remember. Either our spice rack or I just put our salt and pepper shakers on them. Again, there wasn't much that you could do and put them on with. Or Lewis in the ocean and elect Gus as mayor. Done. Wait, why Gus? I want to throw Lewis in the ocean and elect Linus as mayor. Funny seeing you here.
Oh, hey.
Hey. It's fine. It's fine. It's cool. Oh my god, we need a cockle. Okay, I'm gonna be selling some
Linus
stuff.
found me. I don't have to pay any money or lose any items. Thank goodness.
Oh, yay.
I found a lot of goodies on the mines this trip. I got a diamond and everything.
Oh my gosh, that's really good.
Yeah. Gunther is quaking.
Oh, is the pickaxe ready today?
Yes.
Okay,
I also have a gift for you because you said you liked this type of weapon.
Oh my god.
I found a shank.
Oh my god, thank you!
It's a level 4 shank.
Hey, come here.
Yeah? Oh, whoa.
Oh, whoa.
Whoa. Not the wrist stab! Stop it! Someone stop her!
I can't be stopped, nor can I be tamed. Do we need a pep? I don't think we needed a pep. That's okay. Spice the pep. Can I get some wrist stab in the chat if y'all got them? Oh. I'm just whipping it out there, aren't I? I like the side stab instead. I'm gonna take these because we need way more of those. Hi, kitty, I love you. Okay, I'm leaving. I hope that Shello will water because I forgot to. It's fine, don't worry about it. Look at those stabs. Yeah, you can also do T&V stab as well. Whip out your knives, chat. I want to see them.
Oh, this is a big day.
Izzy, thanks for the lurk.
Our ancient fruit is ready.
Already?
Yeah, I
feel like that was so fast. Oh, that's why.
Yeah. So once we get a seed maker, we can start chopping it up. I'll just put it in the produce chest for now.
Okay.
We have 2 of them.
Yay!
Yippee.
Oh my god, we're doing such big things.
We are. We're doing amazing.
Y'all, we're gamers.
And we're not poor anymore. Oh my god, look at you.
Yeah, we
Was
got
that from
3K.
fishing?
Yeah.
Nice.
I fished up a lot of not great things yesterday, but some good things.
Oh.
Thanks for the follow.
I have to go back to the mines and kill 2 more dust sprites today, and then I'll have a bunch of money for us. So.
Oh, will that not? Oh, apparently I cannot pick it up. So apparently I cannot pick up the upgraded tools. Whoever dropped it off has to pick them up.
Oh. All right, I'll head over there and grab
Okay.
it.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be sorry.
Well, I am.
Do you want to replace it with something else? Because I could dash something else in there. Like if you wanted to upgrade another tool.
Yeah, why don't we do...
Is that what you were trying to do?
Why don't we do an axe?
Okay, I'll bring an axe over there on my way over.
Okay. I'm dropping some stuff off at the community center.
Okay, sounds good.
You just gave your character goat legs, a bunny tail, big pointed ears, pig ears, along with elf ears and wings. We love a train wreck! That's actually how I look in the morning time before I get ready for stream. That's why I wear wigs, so that you won't see my various animal appendages. But now I've been caught, half size. You knew by stating that I would reveal myself, my true form to you. Summer crops? No. Oh my god, this is going to be the death of me trying to figure out where things are going now. Fish farmer bundle. Clearly not. Fall crops. No, screw you. Oh my god, I can't wait until we grow a nice aubergine. It's official. We love it. Do you? You did? Oh no. I'm so sorry. I hope you can get another pair soon. Or that they'll turn up for you. All foraging. Didn't I have a black... Don't we have all of... No, we're not in the fall. We're in the summertime. Ignore me completely. Then where's the sweet pea? So, question. So this is pulsing. Will it not tell me where to go? That was something else. And apparently I didn't even need the sweet pea. All right, so we need the salmon berry. I have no idea where. I'm going to say it's on the bulletin board. But I could be wrong. Spirit's Eve, definitely not. Winter Star, go fuck yourself. Field Research, no. Enchanters, no. Foragers. Oh, we need 50. Crap on a stick. That's going to take us forever to get. Okay, I'm going to run home first and drop off stuff, and then I'm going to go and yearn for the mines. Hi, bye.
Hi.
Did you hear Shella? I mean, weren't they good, but still need to exhaust my brain with music or you won't sleep till about 2 to 4 a.m. Yeah. Do you have anything else you can use in the meantime? You have another old pair of headphones that maybe don't work as well? I'm wondering... Oh, crap. I was supposed to put my cockle in there. Okay, well, it's just gonna go there for now. Y'all, I forgot to submit my cockle. What's a gal to do? Bye, Anna. Take care. I can't even go to the mines yet because Shella's gonna pick up my stuff. Oh my god, we're off to, just a really awful beginning of this day. We need a do-over. Okay, so. There's a method to my madness right now. I want to see if we can craft any seeds. Okay. And that is spring seeds. We don't have any summer seeds we can make? Okay. If you say so. We'll sell those. There we go. Gold, please. You have big clunky ones, but they're expensive and I don't want to break them, and they're wired. Oh, yeah. And then you don't want to, choke on the wire in the middle of your sleep. That's never good. Okay, Shella did water. Did Shella miss one? Shella, you missed a singular crop. It's okay. I will help. I will save the day. And I guess I could just go fishing again. Or is that watered? Oh, I guess it was. I lied. Nobody tell Shella that I thought that she missed a crop. Nobody tell a singular soul. Let me fill this up before we take it back. I kind of wish that we had enough money to build a well. That would be real nice. That would be real nice. I guess I'll just work on the farm for the remainder of the day. More bars? 93? This woman? Oh my god, we can get like 2 more easily. What do we need to build them? Oh, I can't build one yet. I'm not high enough. Okay, I'll just stay here and get these. You cannot stand only one ear. Oh, I can't either. Awful. Paris, hello. There's a body of water directly south of the house. Where? It's closer to than the one by the coop. Oh, yeah. I never even noticed that. Oh my god, look at all of our fruit. Okay, so we got more plums to put in. We're gonna need those blackberries. Orange and an apple. Oh! We might be able to finish one of the bundles. I almost picked my nose. That actually hurt. My long finger just went zoop! Feel Snack, thank you for the lurk! Good luck with the bath. Good luck with the bath. Blackberries I think we need 50 of as well. So I'm gonna take the other ones for now. But before I do so... Crap, I don't remember how long that's gonna be. Okay, we'll be back. Bye. I would like a coffee enema. If any of you could supply that to me, that would be great. To me, I'm not asking for much. It's a very normal question. Izzy, thank you. I hope it goes well. I would say I would help you, but I am not a math gay. But I have faith in you. Hi, Elle. I hope your day is going fantabulous. Now, where is that cockle gonna come from? Actually, that might be over for the fish tank, right? Okay, so it's not here. Well, where are you? Were the regular ones not enough? No, I need it directly injected into my veins. But, what'd I say? Crab pot in the fish tank. Okay. Thanks, Dawn. Crab pot. Crab pot. We just need one more. This is amazing. So we need a crab
cockle.
Pot. Oh, thanks. I made it myself.
Nice.
I didn't, but don't tell Shella that, because she already complimented me, so it's no takesies backsies. I don't have any other fish, right? Okay. Well, what'd I say? Hi, Allie! I know. You and me both. I woke up today. I'm like, man, I'm really tired for a stream day. Oh, that's right. Because I'm streaming on a Wednesday. We never stream on Wednesdays. I wanted to make sure that Shella and I could still be farmers together. Is it the artisan bundle? All right, so we need a singular apricot, or honey, or jelly, or cheese, or goat cheese, or cloth, or truffle oil. Okay. We're doing so good! My husband didn't know what an enema was. He didn't have the words when I explained. Oh, yeah. If y'all don't know what an enema is, it's when you want something to hit your body a little bit faster. And instead of putting it in this tube, you put it on the other end of the tube. Something popularized by a lot of celebrities with a lot of money and a lot of people talking in their ears about all these things that they should be doing, but they probably shouldn't do. That can't be too healthy for your body. But what do I know? I'm not a celebrity. SMG, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Winnie. That's so sweet of you. What are you going to fish up? And thanks for paying forward the gifted sub that you got from Anonymous. You're so sweet. Thank you, honey. You got a raw dog. Can I get some TNV raw dog in the chat, please? Actually, I don't know what it's called. The animated raw dog emote. If I could please have those, that would be phenomenal. I regret asking this from you now as well. I'm just so sorry. I mean, we're definitely still gonna need some copper ore. Okay, I'm gonna put those away. And then the next thing that I bring out, well, no, shit. I want us to at least have 5 bars. I'm gonna take this back. Oh my god! Soph, thank you for the raid! I appreciate it! Thank you so much! Welcome on in, party people! Soph, what were you streaming today? How is everything? Hi, chat. I'm Soph's favorite little fart. If you're new here, we love playing cozy games in back of focused chat interactions. We were playing Stardew Valley with my sweet friend Shella today. I'm holding ore over my head because I'm so happy to see you. And thank you so much for all the follows. Welcome on in. How's Stardew Valley? How is it? Tell me everything. We're on
I won't be home tonight.
Again?
I promise I'm not hanging out with someone else.
Shella, I thought that we were roommates. No, I thought we were spoon mates together.
Oh! No, it's not you. It's just I yearn.
You yearn for the mines.
You have to understand.
The disrespect.
Oh my god, please.
Thanks for all the follows, y'all. You married Emily and you unlocked Ginger Island. Amazing. We're in year 1 of the summer right now, and we're also playing with Stardew Valley Expanded. So Shella's dating. Who is Shella dating in this one? I think she said Harvey. Don't even get me started on that. But we support besties in here. I'm dating the pink-haired vineyard owner named Sophia, and she's so cute and lovable, and I love her. And by dating, I mean she knows I exist. Thanks again for all the follows, y'all. So happy that you're joining us today. The mines are calling and she must answer. It's true. It's very difficult. What's up, PJ? Hello. She's extremely lovable. She is. Hi, Happen. Hi, Luxfitz. Gerald. Hi, Ellie. Hello, hello. Hi, Catabrom. Good to have y'all with us today. How did you just appear here?
Oh, I don't know.
I have so many questions, chat, and I don't think any of them will get answered. Well, it certainly wasn't me.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like I was hanging out with anyone last night and they brought me home or anything. It's just, Oh, it was Dr. Harvey. It's not what you think! It's not what you think!
Come back here!
No, please, no. Please. Where's...
Team Harvey, all right. From the OG vanilla Stardew Valley, who do you like to date? Who do you like to date? And I will make predictions about your personality types based off of who you like to date. For example, if you like to date Shane, it's cheaper to go to therapy. I know you want to fix him! I do too! But you can't! Stop it! She got me. Outside of that, I love my rock eater, Abigail. She is probably my favorite. Phelps like, well, glad I could raid into this mess. See you later, bye. I didn't need to be called out like this today. Love you. Wait, the salmon berry? Where did I get a salmon berry from? I don't think I meant to bring that. I didn't. Okay, that's good. I got you, Star. Thank you, sweetheart. Sam, Harvey, Leah, Team Harvey. Okay. So thank you so much again for the raid. We love you. Go and eat. Elliot was the first one that I ever dated. Can you believe that? What does that say about me? Actually, I know exactly what that says about me. That I subscribe to Kindle Unlimited, and I read a lot of things maybe I shouldn't be reading. I was going through it, so you're right. Listen, I think he's got a beautiful character arc. But you know who else has a beautiful character arc? Haley! Oh, that's right, from the Fruit Cave. You're so right. Hi, Chelsea. I was a Shane girly, but I recently got over him. Who are you now? What type of girly are you now? Thanks for all the follows, pals. You're so sweet. Thank you so much. Harvey for you? Okay. I don't think I've ever dated Harvey. Harvey! I can't explain it, but gives me the ick like Pierre does, but I don't know why. Like, I can't explain my knee-jerk reaction to him. You married Leo once, and she had the guts to give the common mushroom to you, and I divorced her that same day. I would have done the same thing. I don't blame you one bit. The absolute disrespect from that woman. You Kindle Unlimited comment was an instant follow. Shelby, did we just become best friends? Hi, exclamation point Goodreads in the chat. Also, exclamation point book club, because we do a lot of co-reading together. This is what I'm currently reading. 18 plus. Dark romantasy. Thank you and good night. This is a safe space, which means if you're going to look at my Goodreads, you're not going to make comments about the books that I like to read, okay? Okay? Put a 1 in the chat if you understand. Thank you. Did you water these? Can't tell if she did. Okay, she did. Is it spicy? It's spicy. I have so many young adult books, young adult romantasy books on my shelf right now. Behind me. I haven't touched them. I'm like, I don't think I can go back. I don't think I can go back. Give me more Akatar and Fourth Wing and Serpent in the Wings at Night. I don't know who I am anymore. Oh, did Shella pick up? Hold up, did you pick up the pick? Or you didn't?
I did, yeah.
Oh, you did? Oh, I saw it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That was my bee.
It is your being, Violet.
I'm so sorry.
Hey. I'm gonna go ahead and donate, like, some minerals that we have.
Okay.
To old Gunthy.
Hey.
Yeah?
Hey,
Yeah? Oh, you got me a Joja Cola?
yeah. It's
Thank
because
you.
I like your bubbly personality. Okay, bye!
Aww. Wait!
I'm leaving!
Actually, I have a question.
Okay.
Would you rather me donate to Gunther first or the bundle?
What is it for?
Minecarts.
Ooh.
I feel like we should do the bundle.
Do the bundle because with the map being so big for Stardew Valley Expanded, we definitely could utilize those.
Yeah.
Yeah, do the bundle.
Okay, so we're just missing a ruby from the treasure hunter bundle.
That's it?
And yeah, I'm gonna put all the rest of the gems in this chest so that way we're
Okay.
good to go. Just kidding, Gunthy.
Isn't Joja Cola considered trash? Not to me. It's got good energy. Doesn't Shane like it? No, he likes pizza. Who likes the Joja Cola? Is it Sam? You're not into dark romance, but you like the slow burns? Yeah. I like both. If y'all are readers in here, what's your favorite trope? I like slow burn, enemies to lovers. Sometimes forced proximity. 1.6 gives speed burst from Joja. Oh, no kidding, really? Bundle complete. Let's go. Oh, the anti-hero. Okay. Enemies to lovers. Hi, Ellsworth. Enemies to lovers for sure. I feel you. Oh, I have to go to floor 5.
Oh my god, I did it
to
again. We
register.
actually can finish the treasure bundle because it's only 5 of the 6.
Amazing.
My bad. Chad keeps being like, you literally finished the bundle. What are you doing? And I'm like, what do you mean? Dumb.
I'm so proud of us.
I know, we did good.
Okay, and then it's like reach the bottom, right? right, I am a bottom. I know where to go. Okay, I'm gonna do my darndest, chat. Are we ready? Ooh. Got a lot. Only when it's real enemies to lovers. Yeah, I don't like the 0.5. Oh, I don't like you. Okay. I feel you on that. Oh, God. I kind of want to upgrade. I'm going to leave and actually upgrade my sword before we go any further. I can't take these small little dirks. You like Emily, Abigail, Haley, Penny, Alex, Sam, and Harvey? Those are good ones. Marley Gray for you. Reverse harem, let's go! So this one that I'm reading is like kind of reverse harem for romantasy, otherwise known as MFM or MMF, which is nice because I haven't really seen that before. Do I want to join the Adventurers Guild? Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah, Marlin. Yeah, whatever. I like how I'm hopping to say, yes, I am. Thanks for the follows, y'all. Vale, you too? Yes. In one bed. Megan, hi. Yes, please. Isn't that what Shella and I are doing in this game? Toxic, WLW, some of it's good, I can't lie, or werewolf smut. The werewolf, I don't mind Omegaverse stuff. I just don't like nodding. We're not gonna go into it. Be careful if you Google it. But one day I was just reading like a paranormal romance or an Omegaverse. It was my third Omegaverse book. And I was like, what's happening? What's going on here? Oh my God, what is happening? And it scarred me for life. If you like that sort of thing, I want you to do you, okay? But I need some warning. It's like a jump scare during a very intimate moment. I wasn't expecting it. Thanks for the follows, y'all. The name of the book I was trying to read, thankfully it was a tame title. Oh yeah, I would be like, that's what, when people that don't know me, like y'all know me, are like, what's your favorite book? What are you reading currently? And I'm like, the Bible. Like, I don't know what to say to them. Oh, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. A little bit of mind your business. Okay, I'm gonna get the silver saber. I bought the silver saber myself. I couldn't stand the dirk. It was too much.
Oh.
Oh, I gotta
You
go
could
back.
have used mine.
Oh. That's okay.
okay.
It was only 750.
Yeah, it's
Cheapies.
yeah.
I have to go back. Y'all, I keep yearning for the mines, and we have made no mines progress. Shella has, and we've just walked to the floors where she has conquered. Oh, it was bad, Scattered. It was bad. I can't remember the actual novel. I didn't make it all the way through Bride, and that was one of the things I was nervous about. I was like, does Bride have nodding? I soft DNF'd it. We'll give it another try. I just don't think I like her writing. You're reading nonfiction and you're reading about a monster lover. I love that for you. Oh, wait, about history. Wait, I silly and Scottish. I literally merged your two things together and I was like, you just said you're reading nonfiction. Why are you reading about a monster lover right now? You're reading nonfiction and you're reading about history. Perfect. Nodding is not part of history. Scottish. Most Omegaverse is MLM and Mpreg. And you just want some werewolf and human smut. You can help it. You're a monster lover. I love that for you. I love that for you. A good revenge. Yes! I love that. I call it revenge. Revenge arc, maybe? Richard II is a monster. Oh, no, he definitely is. We support that smear campaign in this house. Oh, God, we haven't been checking on the chickens. Did we get another chicken statue? Tarzog, thanks for the 100 biddies. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And thanks for the follows, y'all. Okay, we must have picked up the eggs. But I can make more. She has to sit uncomfortable in front of him. Can you please not? Right? That's in like a number of books. Oh, I'm trying to put the goddamn ore in there. Oh my god, you're actually back on time.
Whoa. I'll have you know, I was in the mines for our own good. I was doing backbreaking work, making money.
You come back here!
Oh.
Let me assault you! Oh, never mind, let's go to bed.
I have a mallet.
Is that a threat? Oh god, alright, never mind, bye.
I have a mallet.
I love the motion of that.
I will send people to wrist stab you.
You wouldn't dare.
I have level 5 farming. I feel like maybe we should do opposites. Like one of us be a rancher and one of us be a tiller. So,
okay.
Which one do you like doing more?
Can you remind me what they are again? The rancher is the one that gets the more animal products?
Yeah, so rancher animal products are worth 20% more. Tiller crops are worth 10% more.
I'll do ranching.
Okay, I'll be tilling.
All right. I like
so whenever it comes to selling crops, maybe we can put like a chest or something, and you put it in there, and I sell them.
Okay.
So that I get the extra 10%.
Why don't we just use the chest that we have in front of the house for that?
Okay.
Because it's mostly free
good.
anyway right now.
Yeah, it's the miscellaneous chest.
Can I get some chest in chat? Never mind. Maybe don't. Am I gonna dress like a rancher? I kind of am already, right? Or do you want more of like a rancher fit? I don't know if I have one. Darzog, will you dress like a rancher instead? And then I don't? And then I don't have to do anything? And then... How about that? How about that? Also, what time is it? God, I gotta take a break. You'll be ranch dressing? Can I get exclamation point ban in the chat for Darzog, please? I love that happened. You did Scottish? What's the delivery time for you? Also, did I say thank you for the 100 biddies? I hope I did. The alerts are off while we have the convo going with Shella, so if I miss any alerts, please tell me so I can thank you for it. Let's go! How is Hippo? Okay, BRP question for you. What is your favorite Stardew Valley farm? You like the Four Corners farm? Do you like the brand new farm that came with the 1.6 update, the Meadowlands farm? What farm is your favorite type? We'll take a quick break. Miss Shella, I'm going to run to the restroom, so I'm going to stand right here and watch over you.
You better run.
Keep me updated. And you can also tell me the name of your farm as well. Or like the best farm name you've ever heard of. Hi, besties. We're back. Thanks for all the follows. Welcome on in, new friends. Thank you for the news. Welcome to meet you. Welcome to the news. Thank you for the... This is the quality content that you're signing up for by being here. Are you sure? Welcome to our new friends. Lovely to meet you. Thank you for the lurks. Welcome on in. Our BRP question while I was gone. What's your favorite Stardew Valley farm type? Let me know. Easily. Thank you. I love Meadowlands Farm. I like that, the original, and Four Corners, like, the best. The Tree Foresty Farm. You never played multiplayer in Stardew? This is my third time doing it myself. I'm not really used to it. Everybody in chat, hydrate before you dehydrate. Do it. I don't think I could do anything else. I'm going to just make bars, and we're going to, for sure, go to the mines tomorrow. Or else Shella's going to have my neck, my back, my Netflix, and my snacks. Why am I going over here? Okay. We're doing great. We're doing so many good things. A 2-hour meeting? What was in it? What was it about? Nothing good, probably. Andrea, how are you doing? Sav, hello. You're on the Riverland farm, and you call it Super. My character's name is Snoop. I love that. Is that based off of anything? Like Snoopy? Or Peanuts? I love Snoopy, that's why I asked. You love the new farm of the Four Corners? My favorite, too. Epstein's Island. Oh my god. Blossom Farm or Starburst. So one of my other co-op farms that I have with friends right now is called Bussy Farm. I could explain, but I'm not going to. We yearn for the mines. And I just have not been in a good enough shape for the mines. Disgusting behavior from that nerd Violet. Yeah, because I don't even want to bother going to Clint tomorrow. Because then I feel like I won't have optimal mineage time. Here, I'm going to refill Shella's water. And be a good little doobie. So we can get that set up tomorrow. Oh my god. I think she put down... There we go. I think she put down a sprinkler. Oh my god. Did she put down Elliot on the to-do list? Were y'all... Shella?
Yeah.
Explain our to-do list right now and why Elliot's name is on there.
Oh, we share that?
Yup!
Look, it's not what you
yourself!
think. It's not what you think!
And you got mad at me for flirting in front of Clint with you! Don't you put that back on the screen!
It's not there anymore!
Where did it go?
I don't know. I think you were just seeing things. I don't think it was ever there. I think you're just trying to make
Y'all were really not gonna point that out to me? You were gonna like, Violet will eventually figure it out. Let's give her like 3 to 5 in-game days. And that is how you gaslight
your friends.
Girl boss, gatekeep, gaslight.
I've been fishing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Uh-huh.
Look, I can explain. He wanted an amethyst.
Oh, okay. A likely story.
Well, if you look in our chest, you'll notice there's exactly 1 less amethyst than there was before.
I'm not keeping track of our rocks.
It's on you, then!
What is this? Dwarf scroll? Gunther can tell you more. Chat. Shella will literally kill me. Do we want this to be the museum artifact that I destroy? Or do you want me to find one from the mines? Put a 1 in the chat if you want it to be the dwarf scroll. Put a 2 in the chat if you want us to find our own in the mines. It's the last wheel spin item that we need to do. And I need to know what you want to do.
Are you able to make the bait machine for, like, making fish bait?
Let me see. Not yet. I can make the mayo machine, preserves jar, and a kiln. and a
I
bee
wonder what
house.
level it's at. Like, what level is your fishing?
My fishing's only at 2 right now. I really haven't fished much.
Oh.
I'm at 0 on mining and 0 combat, by the way.
Oh my god.
I'm doing
This girl
fantastic
needs
here.
to get to the mines.
I keep
I
getting
was just
distracted.
wondering. Yeah, I was just wondering because the trout tournament's
Hi,
coming
Christopher!
up.
How are you doing?
So I have 3 rainbow trout, and I was thinking we could get some trout bait.
Oh, yeah. So you don't have it either? You can't craft it either?
No.
Okay.
And chat's telling me it's level 6, so I would have to literally fish forever. I'm at level 3 right now, so.
Okay. We'll get
see.
it soon
Maybe
enough.
I can get there. I might just fish tomorrow then.
We'll get it soon enough. Can I have a shout out in the chat for Christopher? Christopher, I hope you're having the best day. I am. I'm like half here, half not. This is our 3rd stream day in a row when we're usually off on Wednesdays. So if I say anything cuckoo banana, don't hold it against me, okay? Hi, Anazumi. Hi, Kims. Hi, Weirden. Nope, weird one. Yep, there we go. Welcome on in. Y'all are saying no? Okay, thank you so much. Because that way... What is that? Shella, why were you selling puppies?
You know what they say. I don't actually.
What did they say? I don't actually know.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I was hoping you would know.
Nope.
Okay, well.
Is that a new fish? I've never seen that before.
I was selling puppies.
Oh, the bookseller. Oh, we don't really have enough money. To the watering. We have to do this like double speed, y'all. Thank you, mods. Oh, no worries, please. Listen, I know it's really tough with our time schedule difference. But seriously, I appreciate you being here. That's so stinking kind of you. Absolute legend behavior. Cuckoo bananas are the best. This chat may think otherwise. I'm already on my 2nd coffee of the day. We're just rounding out. It's gonna be 6 p.m. here. She's struggling. What year are we on? Not 2024. Certainly not. I feel like I'm still stuck. I don't know. What was a good year? I feel like I'm still stuck in 2016 right now. At least a good year in my life. 8 years ago. Solid work. What was a good year in all your lives? I'm gonna judge you openly by this. More coffee? I mean, I don't think it's doing anything at this point. Glurg, glurg, glurg. You just had coffee? $19.99. That was a good year. Good Prince song. Good year. The year you were born. Wonderful. Like, man, what year was I born? Was 1989 a good year? 1995, when I wasn't a thought. Hi, Gurns. 2014, was that 10 years ago? You shut your mouth typing that in here. We won't say no such thing. Clearly, Justin and Brittany going to the VMAs in their all denim outfits was like 2 years ago. Okay? I won't be told otherwise because I know that you are wrong. Oh, thank God. She just took the scroll. Imagine I sold that last night. She would have flipped. Would have been like, I swear I put it in there. You didn't. And that's what I'm going with. I don't know if I should be putting the flowers in here or not, but I'm doing it anyway. Oop. This one. There we go. Okay, I yearn for the mines. We leave. We vacate. Wait, did we check on the chickens? I'm pretty sure Shella did the chickens. Okay, we're leaving. We're gonna get to the mines by a solid 11. 2016 was last month. It feels like it. 2017? 2019? Anything post 2020 has not been real. And I don't know if it's my ADHD, if it's my age, if it's the pandemic. I feel like my memory overall has been really terrible lately. It could be the fact that both myself and my spouse work from home. I think that has to do with it too. But I just feel like my weeks really just blur together now. Does anybody else feel the same? I feel like I still have that pandemic fog. 1989, were you still in the womb? 2018. Your memory is so bad right now? Yeah. And like, not on little things. To-do list, Victor and Clint. Hold, please. Ma'am? Why is Victor and Clint now on the to-do list?
Oh. Well, Victor wants a tomato, and Clint wants copper.
Okay.
I could just put tomato and copper instead.
No,
but...
no. I just wanted an explanation. That's all. That's very valid, and I appreciate your honest and open communication.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Yeah, they just blend together. They just blend. Like, I can remember things that I'm doing. I can remember stream days. I can remember reading books. I cannot remember what I've eaten yesterday. Or, like, the last time that I hung out with my aunt. Or, like, what I did, like, 3 weeks ago type of thing. That type of stuff scares me. Or I'll walk into a room and forget why I'm in that room. What happens to me in Stardew Valley happens to me IRL now. That's not great. Hi, Virus. If it wasn't for calendars, I really wouldn't know the difference between days. Same. Hi, Quetzal Cozy. Hello. You too, sweetheart. How's your day going? Neurospicy in the pandemic. What? Yeah. What even is time anymore? It's like that song, What is Love, but what is time? What is time? Baby, please tell me. So true. I wish it wasn't, though. Trying to take it easy. Yeah, same here today. Same here today. Are we succeeding, chat? I am. We honestly have so... We have so many, we have so much ore. I'm gonna disregard the ore for right now and just focus on just going through the mines. I think Shella went pretty far down. Actually, I don't know if that was open from Shella or if that was just good luck. Time Soup, hi Prim. Memory no worky. It did at one point. I think it did. Thanks for the follows, welcome on in. I hope so. I just hope it's not gonna take that long to happen, you know? All right, before you yell at me, I really should have come prepared with more food, so... Good luck to us, I guess. Maybe I'll get a nice cave carrot. Today's really your Friday. Oh, yeah. We're off Friday this week that we normally stream, and I know I'm going to be so thrown off that day. I'm going to be like, oh, yeah, I have to stream today. Oh, wait a minute. What do I do? I'll probably sleep in that day. Back, get away from me! Okay, or... Yes, come at the direction that I was standing in. Is it new Febe? Hello! Thank you for the lurk! If you play with mods, and if so, do you have a list of them somewhere? Yes, so in my solo save, I have a separate mods list, which you are more than welcome to check out as well. But these ones specifically are from my friend Shella's stream, the one that we are co-streaming with. I don't know what she's using, so that's why I put that command in chat. So it's the first command for these mods. The second command if you're interested in my mods for my solo Stardew farm, which we will be playing tomorrow if y'all want to join us again. I have more aesthetic mods in mind, like recolors, things that make it look very cute and cottagecore. I don't mind, like, the OG Stardew look, but I like a lot of colors. The only reason we can't use it in this is because it is not formatted for Stardew Valley Expanded. So once we find a recolor for Stardew Valley Expanded that's been updated for the 1.6 update, it's over. Our skin, clear. Clint? Did you put down Violet? Why am I on Shella's to-do list? I guess it's from this direction for you. Do you see this? Shelby, you used to not have to have the same mods, but now, yes. We ran into issues specifically last week, so I would recommend it. Literally send, you're playing with friends, say you do it, you install all the mods, send your mods zip, like in a zip folder over to your friends, either in Discord or email. Yes. It can cause a lot of problems now. Hi, Nady. I love playing on Switch so I can watch while in bed. I hope it comes out. So me too for y'all. I know. There are console babes and our mobile babes. You've been waiting. I hope it comes out soon. Because I want it to be. Well, now I gotta ask. Hey, Shella?
Yes?
Can't help but notice there's another item on your to-do list.
Yes?
Are you planning on gifting me something? You put that back.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hold up.
I
Does
don't
that
know what
mean
you're talking about, silly.
they did the mash? They did the monster mash. The monster mash. It was a graveyard smash. Ah woo. Ah woo. No? Nobody? Nobody's joining in? Really disappointed in y'all. Honestly. Jambo's portrait mods. I want to look at portrait mods. But I need to make sure that I'm not going to override my Astarion and Karlak Baldur's Gate 3 mods for Stardew Valley, which I'm kind of hoping doesn't happen if I install, like, new portrait mods. I was showing off the Paley house. You take your damn time. I just thought that we didn't have a good group of Monster Mash cultured people in here. And I was just a little sad about it. Mash the song? I'm not old enough to get that reference. Bury me, why don't you, Scottish? You finish things 80 before I even start typing. Well, fine. Joke's on me. I love Karlak. I love Astarion. It was a mash! For the Nintendo Switch to play, yeah. I think that Concerned Ape right now just wants to get all the bugs out and make sure everything is good to go before introducing it on console so he doesn't have to wait again, you know, for all these things to be updated, because you know how Nintendo can be. You better get away. Why do you go through me? I don't think I'm gonna have enough time. Y'all, I need one more staircase just to leave this floor. Wait, I love the Monster Mash, but I was driving. Yo, we're being safe. I honestly don't have enough energy. I'm gonna leave.
My chat is over here singing the Monster Mash, and I don't know what's going on, and then I look at the to-do list. What have you done?
I don't know what you're talking about. Why would your chat just start singing the Monster Mash?
It was just there. Wait, what? What
No,
are
it
you
wasn't.
doing?
The to-do list clearly just says Clint.
I don't even see a to-do list. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, you're here! Oh my god!
I want to see if she says that, if she sees it.
Look, I'm coming home tonight.
Oh,
I
thank
promise.
God. Oh, there you are.
I promise.
She's glowing. Hi, Eric. Why is my chat singing the Monster Mash? Oh my God. I like Feral Wednesday. No brain, no thoughts, only chaos. Thank you for all the follows today, y'all. I appreciate you. I hope you're having fantastic days. Oh my God, I've walked 10,000 paces.
Star over here.
Ishella, look what I just did. I walked 10,000 paces.
You did it!
And I would walk 10,000 paces, and I would walk 10,000 more. No brain, no thoughts, only Wednesday. Happy hump day. She's a runner. She's a track star. I started already again. What did I do? Just to be the man who walks 10,000 miles to show up at your door. Oh! We earned 50,000 simoleons! Oh my god!
It's not bad.
Slay!
Look at us making some money.
Oh, I started singing. I do that often. I do. Just smooth. I don't know why Shella was facing me like that. Did you see that? I was like, yes. May I assist you? All right, chat. Oh my god, I have to water you. Chat, are you thirsty? Oh, are we both? Are we, oh.
I pet chat first.
Well, I watered them second, so.
Well.
Good talk, everyone. Very good talk. Remember that I watered them second, chat. Chat, this is your cue to hydrate, please. Let's all hydrate together. Let's have a sip of H2O. Thank you for the lurk, sweethearts. Come to force the Stardew, stay for the songs. Allow me to be your earworm of joy. Y'all see that? Where Shella was like beating up the ground with whatever weapon she just had? Or was that like a fever dream for me? Like, did you not hear the whackening? Or was that a me problem? I just want to know if I saw what I saw, chat. You're also on the bus, so okay. Well, god damn it, Doc. The whackening? She had like the hoe thing, but it's not a hoe, it's like a mallet. Like I literally heard thump thump. Oh no, I can't tell. Did she? I think Shella re-watered all these. Right? She watered all of them. I missed that mod. I might have Shella install that for us. So basically, it's a mod that will make watered crops a little bit darker than the darker that they already get. Because with my astigmatism, I literally can't tell. And especially in the summertime with the clouds going over, I cannot tell when I
buy
watered.
a better fishing rod?
Oh, go right ahead. That's so fine. We have enough money.
Yay!
We're swimming in gold.
We're so rich.
Easley, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Golden. Golden, welcome on back, baby. Easley, thank you so much for being so sweet to our resident Clipper from our resident doctor. You tried. I can't see anything. We are 6 subs away from another wheel spin. Please don't let me destroy a crop. If y'all want to not do that today, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Oh, that's a lot of field snacks. Shella.
Look, he blended in. I didn't even see him.
It's his
He was
green
sitting
pants.
there. Yeah, I freaking hate him.
Shella was caught.
Honestly, I'm glad
Going
he
to-
saw me digging in the trash.
To-do list. Okay, I'm gonna remove that. Throw Lewis in the ocean. Okay. In other news, the subtitles are being
Now
interesting,
that
but they're working today.
Is something I can agree with on our to-do list.
Solidarity, finally.
We finally agree on something.
I told chat, we just need to make him a nice pair of cinder block shoes and see what happens.
Yeah. Maybe attach some bait.
Yeah.
Some bait in his pockets.
Shove them in there. No dad in tow. His flight got redirected. So he's gonna get a rental car. Oh, I'm so sorry, Yuki. Oh my god. Was it a while for you to get to the airport as well? Can we get some love in the chat for Yuki? I'm so sorry, honey. Listen, you did so good today. You should treat yourself tonight. Get some takeout. Watch a favorite movie of yours. Watch a favorite TV show. Relax. Have other people wait on you tonight as a treat. As a little treaterooski. Don't you fucking... I'm worried I didn't bring enough food. Can I eat the mushroom? Oh, I can. And I can eat the spice berry. Okay, maybe I have enough food. Scottish, take care. I don't know if you're lurking or not, but take care, sweetheart. Don't we need a frozen geode? Oh my god, I'm the best. Oh, bomb. I'm gonna explode something. I'm gonna put it in the middle over here. Run! Oh my god, we found it. Yes! We also got another frozen geode too. Phenomenal! Thank you for the follows. Welcome on in. My name is Violet. I am sleep deprived. We are playing Stardew Valley. Our to-do list today is throw Lewis in the ocean and ignore Clint, aka Clint. Thanks for being here. What man doesn't love a good baiting? Would you say that they were a master at never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Why is there a copper ore up here? God, I already want to upgrade the pickaxe. This is just so slow. Friday. We already got to floor 65, right? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna leave. We can't use the mine carts yet. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna go home. Oh my god, am I gonna have enough time? I really just want to upgrade my pickaxe. I want it to be the iron pickaxe. I'm gonna try and rush home right now. Thanks again for all the follows, y'all. What if I rickrolled Shella? How am I supposed to rickroll her? I don't know why I'm staying silent as if she's gonna hear me. Why do you want to throw Linus into the ocean? No, Lewis. Lewis. Mayor Lewis into the ocean. Not Linus. We love Linus in here. I looked at that and I was like, Lewis? Linus? That sweet baby angel, he did nothing wrong. You leave him out of this. Okay, I think he's gonna be closed by the time I get there, but we're gonna try it still. Yeah, Lewis. Not Linus. Poor Linus. Baby Linus is just doing his best, as we all are. It's like when somebody asks me, what exactly do you do as a Twitch streamer for work? And I'm like, my best. Sharon, thank you. 5:30. He's got to already be gone, right? Open up. Oh my god. Oh my god. You son of a bitch. Oh, wait. He's still here. What? Did I take the wrong pickaxe? So Shella and I think Shella has my pickaxe. So I need a copper one. Okay, we'll be back tomorrow. We were so close, yet so far away. Amazing Rickroll. She hasn't noticed it yet. I don't know if her chat has. Hey, Do some incognito sleuthing. Is her chat singing the Rickroll? She hasn't noticed yet. She's far more concentrated on this than I am right now. She's like, I will not be persuaded by anything. You can't make me look. I see nothing. I pretend it do not exist. Actually, I think I'm gonna... Oh, I got one. Okay, so... for our wheel spin, remember, I landed on a museum item that we would have to toss away. I got one, a jade. We have to sell the jade. I'm so sorry. It's happened. At least she won't kill me because it's not a scroll. Hi, RC! How are you doing? The dew is going amazing. I'm trying to rickroll Shella right now because we have a shared to-do list in the game. She hasn't yet acknowledged it. So wait for it. Happen, you and me both. Hi! What's up? No, I'm fine right now. Thanks, baby. I love you. Charlotte! Do you want to say hi to Charlotte, everybody? Wait. Come here. Hey! Come here. Charlotte, come here. Never mind, she's just standing by the door. Charlotte, everybody wants to dote on you. I'm gonna go grab her. Charlotte, come here. Hi. I love you. You have anything you want to say to chat? You have anything you want to say to chat? Yeah? I agree. That is so important. You went inside my mouth that time. Can you stop? Can you stop loving me? Mwah. This is a baby. Cat loves you. Look. Here, let me show you it so you can see her a little bit bigger. This is Charlotte. She's a toy Australian Shepherd who just turned 9 this year.
Violet.
Oh. Tell Shell I'll be right there.
Violet. Violet.
I'm so sorry. Charlotte was kissing me.
That's okay.
Yes.
I was just wondering if you're trying to rickroll me with the to-do list.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hmm.
Who put that
Convenient. It's almost like there's only 2 of us in this save file right now.
there? Actually, with Clint involved, there's 3. I blame it on him.
Do not bring Clint into this. Absolutely not. Wait, Mayor Lewis, don't go to your house. No! Get out here!
So
I have
there's
a pipe
4?
for you.
You're saying Lewis is involved now?
No, it's not what you think. I know it's late. He requested a pike. Oh wait, no, it's Pierre. Never mind. Sorry.
I thought
False
you
alarm.
said he requested a pipe. Looks like he wants to lay pipe. Anyway, thank you for the follows. We should be getting into bed, chat. Oh. All right, yeah, I gotta put one down over here. Thank you so much for all the follows, y'all. I'm so sorry that you're here today with us. I'm really happy that Shell is as cuckoo bananas as I am today, too. That makes things a lot easier. Okay, let me just get us organized. We gotta get our watering can for tomorrow. I'm gonna take the full one. Oh, wait. Did she put hers in here? No. Okay, and then I also need... Don't you tell me when to go to sleep. 5 of these. Okay, we're leaving. You have 0 patience. Oh my god, we love you, Possum. I'm so sorry to hear that, sweetheart. Can we get some love in the chat for our very own lovable Possum? You brought in so much fish.
I've been out there on
Girl
the docks.
boss.
I be fishing for money, literally.
Was Mr. William like, excuse me, this is my hole of fish?
No, I found a better spot.
Oh, you did? Where?
It's the bridge that's to the east of the blacksmith that comes with expanded. I like that spot better.
Shella, here, hold on, wait.
Is that the Jack Be Thick book?
It's Jack Be Nimble, Jack Be Thick. Here, hold on, I'll put it in here.
You can have it if you want.
Do you know that we have an event today that we have not yet had, and I haven't even had this in my solo game?
Oh, yeah.
It's a trout derby?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about with like the trout bait and stuff. I was thinking we can make some, but
Oh.
I don't think we have it. But it's exciting. I can show you where it is after
Okay,
we do
yeah,
our
I
farm
want to
chores.
go. I want to go see it.
Yeah. Just let's take care of the farm first, and then we can head over there.
Okay.
Do you want the Jack Be Nimble, Jack Be Thick?
What does it do again?
It gives you 1 defense.
Yeah, I probably should take that.
I think, yeah, let's be honest. No offense, but also just looking out for
But
my
also
lady. I mean
realistic.
roommate. I mean
You
partner.
mean
I mean,
your spoon mate?
I gotta go.
Okay, bye. You didn't notice the jade. Thank God. Why we said to keep that quiet, right, chat? Right? Y'all listen to me. For the first time in the channel history. No, not Shella. Lewis did. But Lewis apparently, like, escaped into his own home, which is terrible all around still. Oh my God, Kat, thank you so much
Hey,
for
Violet.
the clip. Yes.
You look kind of thick.
Am I Jack be nimble, Jack be thick?
I don't know. Guess we can find out. I mean, because like you just want, I want to be able to tell just by looking at you. So like we would have to like
Right, we would have to
we'd have
investigate a little
maybe
bit
do,
further.
like,
Right,
like an obstacle
right.
course or something. I don't know, like just to test it out a little
Did
bit.
you say an obstacle course?
Yeah, I don't know. I gotta go fill my watering can. I'll be right back.
An obstacle course, chat! We gotta work on Shella's flirting, because I thought mine was bad, but I've never said, wow, how thick are you? We gotta find out by having you compete in an obstacle course. Okay, sure, why not? We don't get Shella to get jaded. Shut up. Possum, take care of yourself, honey. Thanks for hanging out with us. I hope these laughs increase your day. Silly question, but what time is it there? I've had a lot of folks ask me that. I'm in Eastern Time. I live in Boston, Massachusetts, USA. It is 6:30 for me right now. Close to it, 6:25. If you would like to reveal where y'all are from and you feel comfortable, obviously like not your specific town, but like your next major city or your country, you're more than welcome to share that in chat. We have a lot of European folks in the chat right now. Christopher, who just came by a little bit ago, is from Australia. We've got some UK babes in here. Where are you from? And again, only if you feel comfortable, please. I know it can be kind of scary revealing these details on the internet, so if you don't feel comfy, do not share, okay? It is not a requirement. Do whatever you want to do. Yeah, 6:25 for the East Coast. East Coast? We're having massive amounts of rain right now, but it was supposed to be snow, so, like, I guess I'll take it. I just don't love it. Finland! You're living in America's swamp dongle. Florida? Golden, thank you. Everything in your bathroom is flooded. Oh my God. We washed Kubu last weekend. This weekend we're washing Charlotte. I can't wait for that. Seattle, West Coast. Hi, Hannah, UK, Canadian, Sweden. UK are living in France. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. I didn't know that was only an hour.
Are you ready to go to the Trout Derby?
Almost. I just want to drop by Clint for one moment.
Oh, I see. You have to visit Clint
I do.
today?
I don't want to, but I do.
Okay, well, I'm gonna visit Demetrius and take him my melon.
I am upset at that, but I understand it.
Oh, there he is. Hey, Demetrius, do you want this nice melon?
Then she's already done. Oh, where should I meet you for the Trout Derby, by the way, on the map?
Go to Marnie's.
Marnie's, okay. Iowa, Buffalo, hi, Cryonos. Oh God, she's still mayoing. Is it Kristen or Kristen? Let me know how to pronounce your username, sweetheart. Welcome on in. Norway, welcome. I literally have to go to Marnie's? Oh, look, you're working today. I want to purchase more aminals. Did Shella take the shorts? Or did they not? I don't think maybe they come up until he asked you for them, right? Thank you for the follows, friends. We're mayo chugging hard here today. You want to see it? You want to see it in action? Egg smoothie. It does give you a lot of energy. 90 energy and 40 health. Hi, Coffee! Germany!
Hello. You have your fishing rod?
I do.
All right, it's just down here.
Oh, cool.
Welcome to the Trout Derby.
Oh, I love it! Welcome to the Trout Derby. What can I do for you? Explanation. During this event, rainbow trout have a chance of carrying a golden tag. If you find one, turn it in here for a prize. Oh my God, amazing. Okay, I'll just do that. Coffee, welcome on in. My father was from Germany, Osterode, Germany. I don't know much German, but Guten Tag, Auf Wiedersehen, and Scheisse. I hope you're having the best day. I want a golden tag. Oh, I got one. Keep going, chat. How long is this? I don't know how long, like... Do I just do one golden tag? Okay, well, I'll turn that in first. I got... Oh, a tent kit.
Oh my God.
That's what I was trying to tell you before.
Jealous.
Here, take this. Oh my God.
Do you like my bucket hat?
I love your bucket hat. Here, you're gonna love this, though.
I have one.
Take another, because you're the one that keeps passing out.
Okay. Thanks.
You're like, you're right.
You're right, honestly.
Marnie keeps the strangest work hours. She doesn't even work, this woman. She doesn't even work. She doesn't even want to. She just wants to have romance with Lewis. They have a different color meat. Happened. To be fair, it's because he did change a lot of the other, like, artisan crafts to be reflective of whatever you put in there. So that's okay. I get that. Vibing with some 90s songs. I love it. Yes, and Gesundheit, too. And, what else? Kindergarten? Did you know that that was a German word? Oh, I got a tag! Ah! I got the bucket hat! Hello, twin.
Oh my God, we look so good together.
We look so funny. You can barely see our eyes.
Yeah, the bucket hat is low.
Thanks, Coffee. Lux, you too. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, this is a mod that we're using. If you want to know what mods we're using today, these are Shella's mods from her list. She sends me over the zip folder. I say,
Oh my
okay, ready to go.
god.
And I
I
put them
just
in my
got
game.
a combat book. I'm gonna do some speed reading, don't mind me.
Oh my god. You've learned so
Ooh.
much. You're such a fast learner. A fast learner? Got one. Shut up, man. The ego on this guy fishing next to me.
Is that not Willy? No,
Oh,
it's
is
not.
it?
You can talk to him and he'll say who he is. Is it Trout Man?
Mariner. I think I'm a
Okay.
little overdressed for this event.
Okay, dude. One of these people here is named Trout Man.
I love that. I want to meet Trout Man. Yeah, kindergarten. I learned fast. If you put the bucket hat on a dog, their little ears stick through it. Oh, we should try putting it on our cat. I want to try and get another thingy.
Oh, good. A crab pot.
Actually, we do need one of those for to finish one of our bundles. We literally just need one crab pot item that we can get.
Oh, is it something we can only get from a crab pot?
Yeah.
Okay. Then yippee!
That's Fisherman. That's Willy. The big day. Shut up. You are Mariner. You are Fishing Pro. I'm gonna assume that Trout Man is not those little girls. Fisherman. Angler. Where is there a Trout Man? Are you Trout Man? Trout Man! Where I come from, they call me Trout Man. Fish fear me. Women want me. Is Concerned Ape okay? Truly, I need to know. The cat ears might not be big enough to go through the hat. You are right. The astronaut helmet on their horse. The face flat. Hi, Kimmy! How are you doing? You too. How's your Wednesday, sweetheart? Nice chub that you got there.
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
The fish that you just fished up. Nice chub.
Oh, thanks. That was pretty good too.
Reminder, chats. Shella's chat is PG-13. So I felt like I could get away with that one. What'd you just say to me?
They'll be here tomorrow too, so.
Oh, we will. Amazing.
Yeah, it lasts for the weekend.
What time does he close? Like 1, 2?
Oh, I don't know. I got another book.
Oh my
It's called
god,
Jewels
let's
of the
go.
Sea.
Gamers.
Fishing treasure chests have a chance to yield roe. Let's grow.
Okay.
Okay, good night.
We gotta go.
We gotta run.
These chest.
Needs to chest, haul it.
Oh god. Wait, are we going the right way? Okay, I trust you.
I trust you.
I can't see Shell anymore. I'm in the dark. Hanging out with the puppers and getting some pasta ready for dinner. I love that. What type of pasta you having tonight? Did Eric say anything about what? That's okay. And Yuki, if you didn't know the mods and you said something that was out of line, the mods would have redirected you. So don't worry about that. Don't worry about it. But yeah, she is PG.
We can put my chub in the bundle.
Oh, awesome. So just keep
Yeah,
that in
you're
mind.
welcome.
Their community
Honest
is not
work,
as
you know?
feral as ours and more family friendly. In fact, I think Shelly uses the family friendly tag. So it's all good. It's all good. You don't have to worry. Not a thing. What time is it? Oh.
Are you seeing this?
I am. Okay, so this is new for me too. I have not touched the mystery boxes. How do we get them?
Everywhere now.
Oh, okay.
It can now be found. So like fishing, mining, everything. Oh, I can make the bait maker too. We can get some trout bait for tonight. Oh, this is gonna be
Amazing.
good. Get baited.
Into duck variations. I love it. We're family feral, yeah. Well, we went down from like an R rating. I feel like we are now like PG-13.
Queen of sauce. Maki roll.
Oh my god, delicious. Okay. Oh my god, we have so much stuff to do. Okay. Rainbow trout, do we need that? We don't need those things. Ooh! All right, hold on. I think Shella said that she put her chub in here. Thank you for the follows. Okay, she did. So I can sell the other ones. The mystery boxes. You can literally get them from anything. That is so freaking cool. Oh, wait. That's just fish. I think Shella might want to sell these. So I will sell those ones. I have to put my hat away. Def not PG-13. Hey, I think sometimes we do a really great job at being PG-13. Today is not one of them, but maybe tomorrow will be. We were literally just talking about Astarian Mail like 2 days ago. Yeah, well, what about yesterday? What rating would you have given us?
I'm gonna put some trout bait in the fishing chest for you.
Thank you.
If you'd like to have that, you'll need to buy a better fishing pole though.
I could do that
Just
today.
so you know. Yeah.
Ooh, the star fruit is ready.
Exciting!
Yay! I'm gonna put that in the this container.
Yeah, sounds good.
Oh, did I water that already? Oh, I guess I did. Oh, it's getting watered by the sprinkler. What did she watch at 13? Astarian, what? You don't need to know! Slay Slimes mystery box? Okay. Wood shop mystery. So anything, literally anything. I love that. It wasn't me. Chat said it, and I just didn't not acknowledge it. Hey, how else can we surprise Shella right now? What else can we do to surprise her? What can I put up next in the to-do list? Help me. I want to make her in chat titter. I don't know what to do. Okay, these hats trying to fit over our bulbously large hair is really sending me right now. There we go. Thank you for the follows. Hitter? Yeah. A good hearty chuckle, if you will. The pure wild mystery box chaos. Tits? No. That would not go over well for her community. I just said it was PG-13. Oh, yeah, no. Like titter. I told Shella you're sometimes PG-13. She said, well, you know. She's like, actually, you and I both know that that's a damn lie, SMG. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thanks for that. It means to chuckle. It means to laugh. Lux. What does the fox say? Ring, ding, 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 ding. I don't know math. 6 plus 7 is really difficult for me. But I know all of the lyrics to What Does the Fox Say still. Like, I feel like that's kind of sad. Run away, children! Can I just skip this? All right, we saw the cutscene. Okay. Run! I want to fish up more tokens because I want books and things and stuff. What up, fishers? It's me, the Trout Queen, here to dethrone the Trout King. Yeah, it's basically like a... It's like slang, Lux. How my brain solves 6 plus 7. Tell me. You basically do 7 plus 7, then take away 1? Because that's probably how normal people do it, and I just see a jumble of numbers. There it is. Okay. And you just take away 1. That's 13! Like how our channel is rated PG-13. Look at how far we've come. Look at this full circle knowledge. Hit her? I hardly know her. Well, if you get to know her, you should give her a golden trout. A rainbow trout. Allie! Thank you so much for 2 months. Welcome on back. Thank you, sweetheart. Thanks for contributing to the enlarging TP we have for our last month of our Plus program push. You're amazing. Make sure you fill out the form. All new April goodies. If you want to fill it out, I got a sticker with your name on it. Thank you so much, Allie Wally. You are amazing. Thank you. The new queen is here. Move out of the way, everybody. I'm gonna fish up this amazing pike. Well, I said I was amazing. I didn't say I was awesome. Is the Trout Derby an expanded event? No, it's new with 1.6. It'll show up on the calendar as something with question marks on it. And I was like, oh my god, I wonder what that is. Felt a nibble, did you? I'm a professional. I don't know if it's just during the summertime or if it's every season. I don't know. Chat, do you know? Does it come back around? There's something in the springtime when you first start a new farm that's also hidden, but you can't do it for year 1 spring. I don't know. Yeah, I did answer it, Bear Witch. Thank you, sweetheart. Oh, y'all just gonna plop that down there? Oh my god. Oh, I got one!
You can turn the rainbow trout into more bait if
Oh,
you want.
amazing. I almost ate one by mistake.
Oh my gosh, no.
Oh crap, I have to upgrade my rod still.
Oh no!
So you can take my bait for now.
Okay, sounds good. I keep catching rainbow trout and they just don't come with the tags on them. It's like annoying.
They're poking fun at us.
Yeah.
It can also be number specific. Very true. I don't think I'm dyslexic though, because I have no problem with reading, but when it comes to math, I do. You have the autocorrect Lexia? Dyscalculia? Is that actually a thing? Because if it is, then I feel like, yeah, I definitely have that. Oh no, I hate learning more about myself on stream. Oh no. Hi, Erie. How's it going? Okay, I'm gonna self-diagnose myself right now. I definitely have that. Ain't no buts about it. Straight A student. If I got a C+ in math, it was like an absolute miracle. That's something to unpack at a later date. Okay, how about a week from today with my therapist? Perfect? Okay. It's a date? Okay. You have it? Okay. And so the numbers look like jumbled to you? No tag. I can't believe it. Start counting numbers at a different point from how you're counting in your head. Oh, yeah. Yep. If I'm doing something around the house, and say I'm counting something, like, I'm trying to see, I don't know, how many, if I'm putting away laundry, and I'm counting how many hangers I need for the laundry items that I need, right? And say, like, Kip or somebody else, I was like 6, 7, and Kip was like 18, 24, 36, as if counting out football numbers or something. It drives me crazy. As soon as I hear another number, boom, it's out of my head. Done. It's gone. You got your neurospice from her? Yeah. But yeah, when we're hanging out in the stream happen, like, we realize a lot of things about each other. But at what cost? There are some things I want to know about and other things that I go, well, you know what? I could have been naive. You transpose them all. Your mom has taught kids with dyscalculia. Am I saying that wrong? Dyscalcula? Dyscalcula. I'm trying to make it sound like something else that it's not. Dyscalcula. Okay. I think I said it right this time. You can do numbers, but words are something else. You mix up words, parts, or words. Reading is sometimes tough. Yeah. I had, when I was teaching, I had a couple of dyslexic students. So there was a way that I would print out for those with dyslexia, where certain ridges on certain portions of the letters were darker than others. And they said that that helped them a lot, but it was from person to person, it would change. Count Chocula, like Dracula. Dyscalcula, like Activia. Scrambles longer numbers, usually remembers the first and last number, but not the order. Yep. Yep. Same. That's from calculate Latin. That makes sense. I was trying to put like a spin on it though, like a vampire, like Dracula. Dyscalcula. 1, 2, 3. Numbers, yeah. We were talking about them. Come on, give me one more. I hate it here. I'm leaving. I'm gonna put my crab pot away. Now, okay, I can't see anything, and Shella is the only source of light, so I'm assuming we're gonna go up this way, and this is how we get back to our house. I still don't understand the Stardew Valley expanded map. Okay, I did it. Is this the body of water that's closest to the farm? This has gotta be it. I'm gonna put my crab pot here. Oh no, I need bait! Chad, I need bait! Nope, not here. I'm gonna sell everything else. Recently learned that you can print text dyslexic specific mime. Yeah, that's what I did for my students when I was teaching. But it doesn't always help everybody. It's definitely a case-by-case basis of what works best for you. But I'm happy that there's more stuff that's available out there, at least for folks to try. You weren't able to complete thoughts in your and you used just numbers because trying to figure out what in moderation is triggering something? Oh, wow. Stella has the bait maker. She does, but I want just regular bait. Is that something you can still just make? I guess I'll ask in the morning. Help is on the way, dear! Help me! Are you?
Did we just pat? Oh. Well,
Shella?
we just failed.
That is incredibly embarrassing.
It really is. I was too lost in organizing my inventory.
I was lost in the Stardew sauce myself.
Oh my goodness. I sold 20 iridium trout. Whew, that's a lot of money.
Chat, remind me that my copper pickaxe is ready. I'm good to go for a few more days if you are.
Yeah,
How you
sure. Why don't we
feeling?
make this our last day?
Yeah, we could do that.
All right, sounds good.
The summer squash, y'all, is cracking me up. It's a yellow eggplant. Why does it look like that? Just tell me why. Tell me why. I don't know if Shell just wants to straight up sell those or not. Oh my god, and our big ol' melons today too. So lucky. Oh, you know what? I need to. Well, I don't have the tiller profession yet. So I'm just gonna have the mayo. No, okay. Do you want me to do a 12-hour Stardew stream? Is that what you want, Moon Witch? Is that what everybody wants? It's fascinating how the same organ can work so vastly different. Yeah. It's wild up in here. What was that? Della?
I'm out of control. I'm out of control
She's
right
wild,
now.
everyone!
Stay back.
That was so funny to me. The melons look juicy. Thank you. We grew them ourselves. We've been watering these ones over here. I forgot all about these melons. Oh, we got more ancient fruit. Where have we been putting the ancient fruit?
I've just been putting it in the produce chest.
Oh, easy. Okay, cool. We got our first gold one, chat. We're doing big things. Ernst, I like your eggplant. I mean, yes, what is that emote? Clearly an eggplant. Clearly. Obviously. Chat, in case I forget to tell you by the end of stream, because I think my brain might just be shutting off, we are live tomorrow. 4th day in a row, who is she? Normal time tomorrow. 12 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be on our solo Stardew farm for like the first 4 hours of stream. And then the last hour or two of stream, we will be playing Content Warning with Jamie. It is a mashup between Lethal Company and Phasmophobia. It's supposed to be a really, really fun time. Great way to end our week, go into our weekend, and I would love it if you would join us. If you're out there in Lurkland and you want to make sure you come back for more vibes, we would love to have you anytime. You just got to hit that heart button. What a great week. Look at how much money we got. Oh my god, we got so much coin. What is the top and bottom of the eggplant, though? You can't just ask who's the top and who's the bottom of the eggplant. God, Moon Witch? It's just like Mean Girls. Okay, I have to go and visit Clint today. Should we go back to the mines? Where do we yearn? Where do we yearn? Well, at least let me go pick up my stuff from Clint. Yeah, I gotta go see Clint. Drawn in the style of eggplant emoji. I love that, though. Sorry, man. Why are you white? Karen, you can't just ask people that. I've never had this cutscene before. Is this expanded? Hello! Help is on the way, dear! Hi, Violet. The weather is astonishing, I would say. I watched some Content Warning the day it launched, and it's hilarious. I'm so stoked. I have watched, like, just the trailer. I know nothing. Jamie knows nothing. First time for both of us because I wanted it to be as wild as possible, so good luck to us all. 30 years old. I thought that said Grandpa Town. I was like, wow. What a name. Am I making progress cultivating my farm? I am. I've been fishing. Excuse me, it's Swords Woman. I'll push you into the fountain right now. You know where our valley gets our name? Does our valley get its name from space stuff? Stardew something, I don't know. Because Stardew? Because we're doing stars! Did you like it, Chaos? No, this is Stardew Valley Expanded. This is Stardew Valley Expanded. A huge meteor shower periodically bombarded the specific area of the Ferngill Republic. Oh, that's amazing! Or why they so easily bear high quality produce? Yeah, video game stuff. Because the meteor shower. Oh. Is that safe to consume? I guess it's better than pesticides. Welcome back, Willie. We're wrapping up with our last day right now. It was hysterical, funny, and spoopy. That's what I was hoping for. I don't love straight up horror stuff, and neither does Jamie. Like, we'll be in the mood every once in a while, but like funny, scary stuff is way more our speed. 4 stars. I wonder if they knew that they'd be getting turned into poop. Nobody asked for this life. It's what we make it. Oh, I got a pine cone. The trash is plentiful today. Stardew Valley Expanded. You can find this on Shella's mods list, but basically it takes the existing town and it expands the map. So all new areas, a bunch of new NPCs, tons of new quests. So it's great if you've already finished the main game and you're looking for a bit of a more different experience with Stardew Valley. You need to be able to install it on a PC, so you can't unfortunately play it for Switch or on mobile devices, but it's really fun. It's great. I do recommend it, especially if you played a ton of Stardew Valley and you're like, hey, I'm kind of bored with this. What can we do? A lot. There's still a lot to be found. There's also another expansion mod called Ridgeside Valley that does a similar thing. I think Jamie at one point was playing with 2 of them at the same time. Baird, thank you for the lurk. Horror comedies are great, yeah. Because I don't mind screeching every once in a while, but if my heart is constantly pounding out of my chest, it is not a good time. I need my inhaler. We played Don't Scream a while back, and it was basically all jump scares, and if the mic picked up a scream, you would have to restart the game. It was so terrifying. Oh my god. It was really, really rough. Now, where are my pine cones supposed to go? How many? Oh, we can actually make quite a number of them. I mean, we're towards the end of the month. I don't think I should be replanting anything at this point. Hi, Lambrarian. Hello. Hi, Dean. Good to see you. You're at year 2 for the new 1.6 run. I love it. This is my farthest one yet. In our solo farm, we just hit the beginning of summer, and Shell and I are towards the end of summer for year 1 right now. But I hope you're having the most phenomenal day. I hope you're having fun with the update. What is new with you, my friend? Yeah, it's really good. Nexus Mods has a ton of Stardew Valley mod stuff. If you're new to modding, it looks a little bit more... How do I say this? It looks way more, like, difficult than it is. It's just time-consuming. So I would say if you want to mod, just do it. Just try it. Oh my god, please, no, I don't want to eat that egg. Layla! And East Scarp is also a good expansion. East Scarp. Is that also on Nexus? Stardew is phenomenal. We're almost at the end of summer. We've got a number of things already done in the community center. We're doing pretty good. We might be able to get community center year 1 done. We might. I don't know. Some of them, we're doing the remix bundles, so some of it is a little bit difficult. But we're not doing too bad today. I got a bucket hat from the Trout Journey, so like, who is winning right now? It's me, clearly. I'm gonna see if I can get some forageables if I go up top. Oriana, hi! East Scarp. I've never heard of that. I've only heard of Stardew Valley Expanded and Ridgeside Village. Was East Scarp, like, did that come out recently? Or has that been out for a while? See, I do too, except I have no idea the things that we need. At least with the OG bundles, I've played this enough now where I can kind of remember the fish and all the other things that I absolutely need. But with the remix bundles... Oh, yeah, and 1.6. Cool. I gotta check that out. Oh, for sure, Lux. Yeah, sometimes it can be a little overwhelming with all the possibilities that you can do with this game. Same thing like with The Sims as well. There's another one, too, that's in the mountains. Oh, awesome. And that's not Ridgeside, right? Not new to modding. Yeah. Yeah, Nexus is really good. Honestly, I'm using them so much lately, I'm thinking about paying for a premium subscription instead of the regular one. Because then I can do, like, multi-downloads. They're not as slow. But I don't know. Are there areas of our farm that we haven't cleaned up yet? I can't really tell. Shella has cleared up so much for us, y'all. Oh, God, and then I don't have I need my glow ring. I can't see anything without it. I want to make more lights for this area, but I think we're going to completely redo it in the fall, so I might as well not do it now. We are not drinking any mayo right now. You put them down. Walk away from the mayo. Shall be doing all the work while Violet's focus is rickrolling and guzzling my mayo. Hey, listen, I did so much work earlier today. I got 5 more floors of the mine done compared to Shella's 40. Okay, that's a lot. And I also gifted Shella a tent. I flirted in front of Clint with Shella. I worked my butt off today. I have no idea what you're talking about here. The disrespect from the people in this chat. You think you know someone. Fairwitch, thank you for the hydrate. Can I design your farm? Shella designed this one. You come back tomorrow, you'll see my farm. Then you ask me if you want me to design it. Spoiler alert, you do. I'm actually really proud of this farm. Mine's really aesthetically cute. I have recolors and it's very cottagecore. I love it. Thanks, Star. Thanks. The Sims 2. I love The Sims 2. That's my favorite. Sims 2, Sims 3, Sims OG, then Sims 4 for me. Oh my God, I'm going to block the door for Shella. I'm just going to get tucked into bed. Lettuce soup? Make a cranberry candy drink and relax. Kick soup. Just... Lettuce soup? There's no flavor to that. It's just water on top of water. Yuki! Come back here. We need a sacrifice today. I think you're our winner. Yours is a mess. That's the next project for tomorrow? Yeah. Listen, year 1 on the farm, aesthetically pleasing is kind of difficult, okay? I get it. She works hard for the money. So hard for Shella. I'm sorry. I need to... Is this new? Shella, have we always had a trout hanging on our wall?
No, that was on me.
I really like it. It really ties the room together.
When I think of you, I think of like those dating profiles where men hold up a fish. So I brought it to remind me of you.
I love that you said that because I went to go visit Troutman.
Oh, did
And
you?
I did. And then I told him that he was awful. And then I said, I bet that he believes that fish fear him because women want him.
Oh my god.
So this is perfect.
It's perfect. It's perfect. I just think this like really brings the room together, you know?
It does. It ties it all together.
All right. Well, honestly, this was a successful day. I got to level 80 in the mines, and yeah.
And
I feel like we did good.
I got to level 0 combat and level 0 mining.
Seriously?
It's just not going up for me. I'm at
When
5
that
farming,
happens.
2 foraging, and 4 fishing.
Okay. You're
An
getting
absolute
there.
mess. An
It's
absolute
okay.
mess.
We'll work on it. We'll work on it. We can always buy you some books so you can read if you need to gain some experience.
I got a
Because we're rich
question.
now. I don't know if you noticed.
We are rolling in the dough. I got a question.
Hmm.
Do you have anything listed on your profile that says Bumpkin? Because apparently my name is Violet Bumpkin, and I don't remember putting that in here.
Oh, do you mean when you mouse over yourself?
Yeah, it says Violet, then underneath it says Bumpkin.
Oh. No, but if I mouse over myself, it says I'm a small holder, level 12. Whatever that means.
Oh, what?
Small holder. I'm not joking. Like, what does that
I'm
even
small? Do you hold me?
mean? Yes, that's exactly what it means. I
Well, then
understand
we
now.
found out.
We found it out. Oh, chat said I'm on the wrong page. Oh, yeah, I'm Shella Smallholder. I think that's just like associated with what levels you are.
That's hilarious. Oh, I'm a bumpkin.
You're a little bumpkin.
Aw.
All right, well,
Well, have a great evening, small holder.
you too, bumpkin.
Love you.
See
Bye.
you next week.
Bye.
Bye.
Y'all, can we get some love and hype in the chat for Shella Shellerson? Bow, 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 bow. That was so fun today. That was so freaking fun. Did y'all have fun today? Did you have a guaranteed good time? Did we delight and amuse you? Okay, Miss Bumpkin. Excuse me. That's right. That's right. Bye, Shella. We love you, Shella. Drimmer didn't see my snack. Did you get 100? What did you get? Line her up. You got 100. Hi, Possum. I'm hungry. Dinner. Okay, though, I really do have to go eat dinner. We had a solid day today. Happy Wednesday. Tomorrow, we're live at 12 p.m. Eastern time. Hopefully I won't look dead like I do look today. I'm definitely going to be way more loopy tomorrow, okay? We're starting with Stardew, the solo Stardew farm. We're doing the do. Around 4 p.m. Eastern time, we'll be joined by Jamie for content warning. It's going to be scary. It's going to be funny. There's going to be a lot of laughter. We're going to be the giggle gals together. It's going to be a good time. And tomorrow's our last stream of the week. Kind of a weird schedule this week. I'll be off Friday through Sunday. Then we'll be back on Monday. Probably with Magical Mondays with more Shella. I think Shella's all set for next Monday. So, yeah. We can be bumpkins together, please, can we? I need another bumpkin. Because apparently Shella's a small holder, so... She's always leaving me behind. Always. Y'all, be good and kind to yourselves and each other. Thank you so much for everything today. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the brand new follows. Thank you for the lurks. Take care, okay? I'll see you tomorrow. Bye! Bye, Crafty. Bye, Willie. Bye, Aurora. Bye, Games. Bye, Golden. Bye, Lux. Bye, Star. Bye, Yuki. Layla Possum. Poppin', Scattered. Take care. Bye, Allie. Bye, Schnupp. Take care, everybody. Bye.